will be reformed to deliver all the support required, and that the private sector, altogether with Article 2.1.c of the Paris Agreement, is the silver bullet that will unlock the flows of appropriate finance to developing countries. These are all mere assumptions with no evident proof in reality. Second, rather than increasing climate finance from developed countries, actually it's decreasing in relation to the growing needs and the increasing costs of finance in developing countries. The Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund are but two examples of this worrying trend of decreased financial flows. Third, the expansion of fossil fuel exploration and production, in particular of coal, in countries that previously committed to substantially phase down or in some instances completely phase out coal. Another worrying sign is the increased gap in renewable energy expansion and availability, and the temptation of resorting to unilateral measures, either through incentives or taxes, shifting fair competition and jeopardizing multilateralism and hard-earned gains in developing nations. Colleagues, these are all worrying signs that we need to take seriously, as they not only erode trust in the global climate regime, but also have deep impacts and severe consequences on our ability to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. And while the outcomes delivered in Sharm el-Sheikh do take us a step further in the right direction, these worrying signs need to be addressed immediately and effectively if we are to remain on the right side of history and to ensure that our collective efforts are not in vain. As I today perform my very last duty as COP President, and as Egypt hands over the baton of responsibility for global climate actions to the UAE, I am confident that addressing these challenges will be the focus of incoming President Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber and his able team, especially in the context of the global stocktake, as well as the energy and finance pathways of COP28. I trust that under his capable leadership, the global climate action agenda will progress even further, putting us a step closer to achieving our targets. Once again, I thank you, and I wish you all a very fruitful COP28. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, I would like to invite you to turn to sub-item 2A of the provisional agenda for the session, entitled Election of the President of the Conference of the Parties at its 28th session. In accordance with Rule 22, Paragraph 1 of the Draft Rules of Procedure being applied, the office of the President of the Conference of the Parties is subject to rotation among the 5 regional groups. We now continue the cycle with a president from the Asia-Pacific states. It gives me great pleasure to propose that the conference elect by acclamation His Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber, who will serve as president of the conference at its 28th session. I declare His Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber elected President of the 28th session of the Conference of the Parties. I congratulate His Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber on his election and wish him every success in guiding the work of the conference. I would now like to invite His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber to take his seat at the podium. Thank you, Simon, for everything. Thank you. All the best.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم، مساكم الله بالخير. حياكم الله في دولة الإمارات، بلاد زايد الخير والعطاء والتنمية والاستدامة. Excellencies, dear friends, colleagues, members of every delegation, it is an honor to be with you today. And I am so glad that this day has finally arrived. And as my first official act as COP President, allow me to express my gratitude to my very dear friend, Sameh Shukri. Your Excellency, you have led this conference with vision, purpose, and integrity. We are indebted to you for your service, your accomplishments, and your commitment to climate progress. And allow me to also extend my gratitude to every person in this room. We come from different nations, different backgrounds, and different generations. Yet, we share something vital. At some point in each of our lives, we all made a choice to help carry the burden of a great responsibility, to raise our hands and bear some portion of the weight on our shoulder. That choice is why we are all here in the United Arab Emirates today. The UAE is deeply proud and humbled to be hosting COP28 at a pivotal time in this critical decade for climate action. We know, as you know, the gravity of this moment. We feel, as you feel, the urgency of this work. And we see, as you see, that the world has reached a crossroads. And yes, since Paris, we have made some progress. But we also know that the road we have been on will not get us to our destination in time. The science has spoken. It has been loud and clear. It has confirmed that the moment is now to find a new road, a road wide enough for all of us, free of the obstacles and the detours of the past. That new road starts with a decision on the global stocktake. A decision that is ambitious, corrects course, and accelerates action to 2030. Through the global stocktake, we have a chance to unite the three core elements of the climate agenda. We can finally bring mitigation, adaptation, and means of implementation, which includes finance, under one umbrella, united around higher ambition, giving clear direction on nationally determined contributions, and connecting everything we agree here to practical action in the real world. Every nation, every sector, and every one of us has an urgent and an immediate role to play. For my part, I pledge that I will run an inclusive and transparent process, one that encourages free and open discussion between all parties. I ask you to start this COP with a different mindset. I ask you to adopt a different way of thinking. And I ask you to be flexible. We must ensure that this COP delivers the most ambitious global stocktake possible. So let's work efficiently. Let's agree on the agenda and move to text quickly. Please. We have no time to waste. Friends, I believe that the United Arab Emirates reflects the spirit we need at this COP. My country is only 2 years older than me. And that makes it a young country, in fact, a very young country. It is a nation that rose up from the desert through the vision and foresight of our late founding father, Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, and the conviction and aspiration he passed on to the generations that followed. And now, 52 years later, just look around. We may be a young nation, but we have big ambitions and hold fast to principles like collaboration, optimism, true partnership, determination, and commitment. These are the ingredients that make up the DNA of the United Arab Emirates. And it's these core values of trust, purpose, partnership, and pragmatism that I believe must define the DNA of COP28. That means it is essential that no issue is left off the table. And yes, as I have been saying, we must look for ways and ensure the inclusion of the role of fossil fuels. I know there are strong views about the idea of including language on fossil fuels and renewables in the negotiated text. We collectively have the power to do something unprecedented. In fact, we have no choice but to go the very unconventional way. I ask you all to work together. Be flexible. Find common ground. Come forward with solutions and achieve consensus. And never lose sight of our North Star of 1.5. Because that is what I am going to stay laser focused on. Excellencies, dear friends, we all know that a key success factor across climate agenda is finance. And for too long, finance has not been available, accessible, or affordable. This presidency is committed to unlocking finance to ensure that the Global South does not have to choose between development and climate action. Let this be the year that climate finance meets the magnitude of the moment. Let this be the COP where we deliver on our promises from the 100 billion to loss and damage. And on loss and damage, I know how important this issue is to the parties, particularly to the most vulnerable. What began in Sharm el-Sheikh and what was given critical momentum and traction in Abu Dhabi earlier this month must now be delivered and actioned here in Dubai. And allow me here to pause for a moment to honor the memory of our distinguished colleague and my dear friend, Salim al-Haq. He devoted his entire career to the cause of finding a way to address loss and damage. And I personally benefited from his advice and his experience, particularly on the imperative to shift the world's focus to the needs of adaptation. Excellencies, adaptation must be at the heart of our action. We must bridge the finance gap and agree on a robust framework for the global goal. Let's put nature, lives, and livelihoods at the core of our national plans. Let's finally face the issues that are critical to adaptation, like water, food, agriculture, and health. And that is why I am proud that this COP will be the first to host a climate health ministerial. Colleagues, I want this COP to be the COP that maximizes momentum on mitigation. Today, countries representing more than 85% of the world's economy are behind COP28's goal of tripling renewable energy capacity by 2030. And we are reaching critical mass on the goal to double energy efficiency by 2030. This is how we will transition away from unabated coal. Let me also encourage countries to establish net zero methane emission targets as part of their next round of NDCs. Zeroing out methane emissions can make a huge impact in the shortest time frame. Colleagues, and let history reflect the fact that this is the presidency that made a bold choice to proactively engage with oil and gas companies. We had many hard discussions. Let me tell you, that wasn't easy. But today, many of these companies are committing to zero methane emissions by 2030 for the first time. And now, many national oil companies have adopted net zero 2050 targets for the first time. And I'm grateful that they have stepped up to join this game-changing journey. But I must say, it is not enough. And I know that they can do much more. They can lead the way. And them leading the way will ensure that others follow and catch up. At the same time, as part of this presidency's action agenda, we are engaging with other high-emitting sectors like heavy transportation, aluminum, steel, and cement, all in an effort to accelerate decarbonization at scale. I'm calling on all industries to engage, to innovate, to modernize, and invest in clean technologies. Colleagues, my friends, my partners, the next 2 weeks will not be easy. Let's remember, our task is not only about negotiating text or putting words on paper. It is about improving lives. It is about people. From the students I met in Bangladesh to the young entrepreneurs I saw in Nairobi, to indigenous communities I visited in the Amazon basin. All of us want and need the same things: clean air, clean water, healthy food, economies, and opportunities for ourselves and our families. And of course, we want a safe and a secure future. Is that too much to ask? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my friends and my partners, we all made a choice to be here at this time. We understand the gravity of the situation, and I know that we all respect the science. Today, we need to follow through. Take that new road, and let's bring everyone on board with us. If we want to accelerate progress across the climate agenda, we must apply a positive can-do vision to get a GST decision with the highest ambition. We must translate the negotiated outcomes into real results in the real world. And we must use the next 2 weeks wisely. Take a no-nonsense approach with no delays. Let's restore faith in multilateralism. Let's bring back the lost trust in multilateralism. And let's deliver some good news to the world that really needs it today. And friends, I'll be right there, at your side, every step of the way. I will roll up my own sleeves alongside you. Let's rise above our differences to make the difference for future generations. Right now, here in the United Arab Emirates, I'm calling you all to unite, to act, and to deliver. I thank you. Distinguished delegates, honored guests, colleagues, we are pleased to have with us Professor Jem Skia, the chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and Mr. Simon Steele, the UNFCCC Executive Secretary. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Simon Steele to address the plenary. Simon, you have the floor.
Excellencies, delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me first thank our Egyptian friends for their stewardship over this last year as they hand over this heavy responsibility to our Emirati colleagues. And let us be clear, this is a heavy responsibility. Colleagues, this process reminds me of watching my baby son Joe crawling across the sharp grasses of my parents' island home. He was an accomplished crawler and runner, but he barely spent time on the baby steps in between. Today, we find ourselves in a rather different position in humanity's climate action journey. We are taking baby steps, stepping far too slowly from an unstable world that lacks resilience to working out the best responses to the complex impacts that we are facing. We must teach climate action to run, because this has been the hottest year ever in humanity. So many terrible records were broken, and we are paying the price with people's lives and livelihoods. We're standing at a precipice, facing the global stocktake. And we've got two options. Either we can note the lack of progress, tweaking our current best practices, and encourage ourselves to do more at some other point in time. Or we decide at what point we'll have made everyone on the planet safe and resilient. We decide to fund this transition properly, including the response to loss and damage. And we decide to commit to a new energy system. If we do not signal the terminal decline of the fossil fuel era as we know it, we welcome our own terminal decline. And we choose to pay with people's lives. If this transition isn't just, we won't transition at all. And that means justice within and between countries, sharing benefits across society, ensuring that everyone, women, indigenous peoples, and youth, in all their diversity, have equal opportunities to benefit from these transitions. Last year, I said we were going to do things differently. So let me lay out that vision and what's going to happen over the next 2 years. In 2024, countries will submit their first biennial transparency report. This will mean the reality of individual progress can't be concealed. We will also see at COP29 how to finance this massive shift with the new finance goal. And let this be your first official notice that early in 2025, countries must deliver new nationally determined contributions. Please start working on them now. This takes us to COP30, where every single commitment on finance, adaptation, and mitigation has to be in line with a 1.5-degree world. Science tells us we have around 6 years before we exhaust the planet's ability to cope with our emissions, before we blow through 1.5-degree limit. As a teenager, my son Joe had a wonderful phrase he would use when I asked him to do something. "I'm trying to try, Dad," he would say. Unfortunately, this does as much for delivering climate action as it does finishing your homework. It's simply not enough for us to be trying to try. And I'm not using my son as an example to suggest that it's his generation's responsibility to save us from the scourge we face. We are indebted to young people and to civil society for having pushed us this far. They're looking at us to take responsibility for speeding things up. So let's be transparent in the actions and the decisions that we take here with each other. And in that spirit, delivering on the promise I made on accountability, the UNFCCC has reformed the badging system. Every participant at this COP is already publicly listed. The whole world knows who's here. They will hold us to account on what we do or do not do. As Yoda would say, do or do not. There is no try. Yes, this is the biggest COP yet, but attending a COP does not tick the climate box for the year. The badges around your necks make you responsible for delivering climate action here and at home. To further ensure accountability, I'm committing the UNFCCC to tracking all announcements made and initiatives launched, so that long after the cameras have gone, we can ensure our promises continue to serve the planet. Dear delegates, the UNFCCC, as custodians of this process, is here as the impartial facilitator. Remember this: behind every line you work on, every word or comma you wrestle with here at COP, there is a human being, a family, a community that depends on you. Turn the badges around your necks into a badge of honor and a life jacket for the millions of people you are working for. Accelerate climate action. Teach it to run. I thank you. Shukran.
Thank you, Simon. I welcome Professor Jamskia and congratulate him on his election as the new chair of the IPCC. Professor Skia comes with extensive experience and expertise on climate science and will be leading the IPCC through its 7th assessment cycle. I invite Professor Skia to address the plenary. Professor Skia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honoured to address the opening of COP28 on behalf of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, and we are thankful to the UEA government and the UNFCCC for their careful preparation of the conference and for their generous hospitality. IPCC's scientific assessments are ever clearer and more certain about climate change, its impacts and future risks, and options for adaptation and mitigation. Our planet has warmed by more than 1 degree Celsius since the pre-industrial era as the result of burning fossil fuels, deforestation, and the unsustainable use of resources. Human activity has led to changes in the Earth's climate of a magnitude that are unprecedented over centuries and thousands of years. Climate impacts, some of them irreversible, are widespread, rapid and intensifying, from the poles to the tropics and from the mountains to the oceans. And without immediate and deep emission reductions across all sectors, we will not meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. The UNEP GAP report released a few days ago shows that we are headed towards global warming of 3 degrees Celsius if we carry on with our current policies. And let us not forget the gap in terms of adaptation and financing. But there are some promising signs of climate action. In some countries, there have been sustained emissions reductions, and these have helped to bend the rising trend in emissions globally. And in the past decade, there have been sustained decreases in the costs of renewable energy. Our assessments have identified multiple options to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to climate change. And these can be implemented right now, but they need to be scaled up and mainstreamed through policies and increased financing. Now, the IPCC is gearing up for its 7th assessment cycle, and in less than 2 months, our 195 member governments will take decisions on the programme of work for the rest of this decade of climate action. Our aspiration is to make effective use of the best available science to deliver focused, policy-relevant reports, and to do so in an inclusive fashion that represents all perspectives. As the chair of the IPCC, I can reassure you that the scientific community is poised, using the resources available to it, to support the outcomes of COP28 in shaping climate action based on science. But finally, let us recall, science by itself is no substitute for action. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Skia. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this brings us to the end of the opening ceremony of COP28. Delegates, please remain in your seats. We will continue with the first plenary meeting of COP28, followed by the first plenary meeting of CMP18 and the first plenary meeting of CMA5.
Distinguished delegates, I invite the COP to turn to sub-item 2B of the Supplementary Provisional Agenda, adoption of the rules of procedure. The draft rules are contained in document FCCC/CP/1996/2. Parties may recall that the draft rules of procedure are being applied with the exception of Rule 42 due to lack of consensus. At COP27, the Presidency held consultations and reported that there continued to be no consensus on the matter and proposed that consultations continue at COP28. I therefore propose that we continue to apply the draft rules of procedure with the exception of Rule 42. I propose that Mr. Ahmed Al-Ghardaqa, a senior member of my delegation, holds informal consultations on this issue. I will report on the outcome of those consultations at the closing plenary meeting. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite the COP to turn to sub-item 2C of the Supplementary Provisional Agenda, adoption of the agenda. I would like to express my deep appreciation to all parties for their flexibility, support, and commitment to reaching agreement on the adoption of the agendas and launch of work swiftly and smoothly, and to deliver a successful and ambitious outcome of this conference. Together with the COP27 presidency and the chairs of the subsidiary bodies, we held a series of consultations and bilateral meetings with negotiating groups and parties on the adoption of the agendas of the governing and subsidiary bodies. On Monday, 27 and Wednesday, 29th of November, we also convened heads of delegation meetings on the adoption of the agendas. Throughout these consultations, parties expressed a range of views and a common desire to initiate proceedings swiftly. And smoothly, given the scale and importance of mandates and deliverables expected here. The items proposed by parties to be included in the agendas reflect genuine concerns of parties and were proposed in a constructive spirit. They are all important issues, and my team and I took great care to ensure that all views were heard. Further to the consultations and heads of delegation meetings, please allow me to outline the understandings reached regarding the adoption of the agendas of the COP28, CMP18, CMA5, SBSTA 59, and SBI 59. I propose that the governing and the subsidiary bodies adopt their agendas presented in their respective supplementary agendas without the inclusion of any of the items proposed by parties, as well as Agenda Item 10H of the CMA Supplementary Provisional Agenda entitled Sharm el-Sheikh Dialogue on the Scope of Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement and its complementarity with Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. This proposal is on the understanding that parties will still be able to consider the underlying issues and concerns related to those agenda items, either under other agenda items in line with their existing mandates or under consultations to be held by the Presidency. I further propose that the underlying issues and concerns in relation to the following proposed items can be discussed in the context of ongoing discussions under the mandated agenda items, including regarding the item on the Supplementary Provisional Agenda of the COP entitled Mountains and Climate Change, highlighting the need for the protection of vulnerable mountain ecosystems while building the resilience of mountain peoples and economies to reduce loss and damage. These issues can be considered in discussions under the 16th meeting of the Nairobi Work Programme Focal Point Forum on Understanding and Closing Adaptation Knowledge Gaps in Mountains, High Latitude Areas and the Chrysosphere, as well as future activities of the Nairobi Work Programme. Regarding the item on the supplementary provisional agendas of the CMA and subsidiary bodies entitled Urgently Scaling Up Financial Support from Developed Country Parties in line with Article 4, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement to enable implementation of developing countries. These issues can be considered in the discussions under CMA Agenda Item 10A, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. Regarding the item on the supplementary provisional agenda of the CMA entitled Doubling Adaptation Finance as part of the efforts towards the implementation of decisions of 1/CP.26, paragraph 11, and 1/CMA.3, paragraph 18 on adaptation finance. These issues can be considered in discussions under CMA Agenda Item 10A, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. Regarding the item on the supplementary provisional agendas of the COP, CMA, and the subsidiary bodies entitled Operationalization of the Principles of Equity and Common but Differentiated Responsibilities and Respective Capabilities in accordance with Article 2, Paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement. These issues can be considered in the discussions under CMA Agenda Item 4, SBSTA Agenda Item 5, and SBI Agenda Item 8 on the global stocktake. Regarding the item on the supplementary provisional agendas of the COP, CMA, and the subsidiary bodies entitled Mission 1.5, Positive Incentives for Accelerating Early Actions and Policies that are Nationally Determined. These issues can be considered in the discussions under CMA Agenda Item 4, SBSTA Agenda Item 5, and SBI Agenda Item 8 on the global stocktake. Regarding the item on the supplementary provisional agendas of the COP, CMP, CMA, and the subsidiary bodies entitled Concerns with unilateral trade measures related to climate change and their potential adverse impact on equitable and just transitions in the context of sustainable development and efforts to eradicate poverty. These issues can be considered in the discussions under CMA Agenda Item 4, SBSTA Agenda Item 5, and SBI Agenda Item 8 on the global stocktake. And regarding the sub-item 10H of the supplementary provisional agenda of the CMA entitled Sharm el-Sheikh Dialogue on the Scope of Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement and its complementarity with Article 9 of the Paris Agreement, the report on the dialogue be considered in the discussions under CMA Agenda Item 10A, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. I also propose the following way forward regarding the matters listed below. Regarding the item on the supplementary provisional agenda for the CMA entitled The Special Needs and Special Circumstances of Africa, I propose to convene consultations on this matter following the practice taken at previous conferences. The outcome of these consultations and any other issues raised during the consultations will be reported back under the agenda item Other Matters. On the sub-item on the supplementary provisional agenda of the CMA entitled 7th Review of the Financial Mechanism, I propose to hold consultations on a way forward on this matter. The outcome of these consultations and any other issues raised during the consultations will be reported back to the CMA later in the session. On the item on the supplementary provisional agenda of the CMP entitled Issues Related to Article 3, Paragraph 9 and Article 21 of the Kyoto Protocol, I propose to hold consultations on a way forward on this matter. The outcome of these consultations and any other issues raised during the consultations will be reported back to the CMP later in the session. The above understandings are not intended to exclude consideration of any of the underlying issues and concerns raised by parties in any other discussions under the agendas, but merely to ensure that our work can proceed in an expeditious manner and avoiding duplication. The above understandings will be recalled when we adopt the agendas of the CMP and CMA. The above understandings will be reflected in the reports of the sessions of the governing bodies. The understandings will apply mutatis mutandis to the related issues on the supplementary provisional agendas of the subsidiary bodies and will be recalled by the chairs of the subsidiary bodies prior to the adoption of the respective agendas and reflected in the reports of the sessions. Further, I propose that the following agenda item be held in abeyance. COP item 14. Consideration of proposals from parties and amendments to Convention under Article 15. Sub-item A. Proposal from the Russian Federation to amend Article 4, paragraph 2F of the Convention. And sub-item B. Proposal from Papua New Guinea and Mexico to amend Article 7 and 18 of the Convention. COP item 15. Second review of the adequacy of Article 4, paragraph 2A-B of the Convention. Dear delegates, with these understandings and the proposal just outlined, and with immense gratitude for the flexibility shown by all parties to allow our important work to begin forthwith, I invite parties to turn to documents FCCP/CP/2023/1 and Addenda 1 and 2. I propose to adopt the supplementary provisional agenda contained in document FCCP/CP/2023/ADD.2, amended to reflect these understandings with the following items deleted: item 18, item 19, item 20, and item 21. I hear no objections. I see Kyrgyzstan have asked for the floor. Please.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished delegates, esteemed hosts from the United Arab Emirates, I extend heartfelt greetings on behalf of the Kyrgyz Republic to everyone gathered here for the 28th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We commend the United Arab Emirates for their exceptional preparation and leadership, setting a stage that inspires progress and unity. As we convene at this crucial juncture, the gaze of the world is fixed upon us, full with anxiety and expectations. The challenges we face are not only unparalleled, but also threaten the very fate of our survival as a species. The responsibility to act and to act decisively has never been more pressing. The Kyrgyz Republic is committed to contributing constructively to this conference and working constructively with the Presidency and all fellow national delegations. Our focus aligns with the broader global agenda, yet we bring to the table a perspective shaped by our unique geographical and environmental circumstances. In this spirit, we propose the inauguration of a new dialogue on mountain and climate to focus on the pivotal role of mountainous regions in the global climate system. This initiative is not just vital for over 1 billion people residing in these landscapes across more than 100 nations, but is essential for the planet as a whole. The health of our mountain communities is inextricably linked to the health of our global climate. As we advance through the sessions of this conference, the Kyrgyz delegation will actively seek support for this mountain climate dialogue. Our goal is not only to bring attention to this critical issue, but to foster actionable strategies and collaboration. In this regard, our country has been a consistent advocate of the agenda for integrating mountain issues into international negotiations at all levels for more than 20 years. We are grateful to all partners for their support of the initiative of the Kyrgyz Republic to adopt the resolution Sustainable Mountain Development at the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, within the framework of which 2023-2027 was declared the 5 years of action for the development of mountain regions. In implementation of this initiative, we look forward to the support of not only mountainous countries, but also of all other countries in the implementation of the adopted Global Action Plan under this resolution of the UN General Assembly, since mountains are water towers that provide water to around 2 billion people. Kyrgyzstan, understanding the importance of collective action, unites countries in the group of Friends of Mountain Countries and has also joined the group of Friends of Cryosphere and the Forum of Climate Vulnerable Countries, a platform that brings together countries that are most vulnerable to climate change and produce the least emissions. We call on the international community to support the efforts of mountain countries aimed at solving the climate and environmental problems of mountain ecosystems. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kyrgyzstan, for your kind words and your initiative. I see that Bhutan has requested the floor. Bhutan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, Bhutan would like to thank the COP presidency for the warm hospitality and impressive arrangements and hard work in bringing us all together to this beautiful city of Dubai. Mr. President, Bhutan strongly supports the intervention made by Kyrgyzstan on an urgent call for dialogue on mountain and climate change to be launched here at COP28. Bhutan reiterates our submissions and requests made during numerous similar consultations in previous COPs on the issue of mountain ecosystem and its inclusion in the process. There is more than adequate scientific evidence proving that fragile mountain ecosystems are extremely vulnerable to the effects of climate change. We are already witnessing irreversible damage due to the changing climate in the Himalayan mountain ecosystems and live in constant fear. In fact, during pre-COP last month, in Bhutan, there was a displacement of an iceberg causing a glacial lake outburst, knocking the side of the lake wall and releasing about 2 million cubic meters of water to rush down the valley. The IPCC report confirms that the rate of ice sheet loss increased by a factor of 4 in the last 3 decades. The unprecedented pace of glacier retreat at the global scale is more alarming in the Himalayas. Even if global warming is limited to 1.5 degrees Celsius, 1/3 of the glaciers in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region will disappear by the year 2100. And as you all know, this is the best case scenario where the world manages to limit warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade and avoid the worst impacts of climate change. The high-impact climate events are stressing vulnerable sectors such as agriculture, energy, biodiversity, forests, food security, infrastructure, public health, and development. The livelihoods of our people are at stake. The impacts of melting glaciers are not only limited to the mountainous regions, but to downstream regions. Rapid ice sheet melt could lead to catastrophic sea level rise even before the end of the century. The IPCC report confirmed that combined ice sheet and glacier mass loss contributed to 42% of this global mean sea level rise from 2006 to 2018. This will result in the extinction of small islands and mountain habitats. Mr. President, colleagues, I wish to emphasize that we contribute the least to climate change, but ironically hit the hardest with its impacts. The world has witnessed our leadership on the environmental fronts. For instance, Bhutan has communicated an ambitious revised NDC and reaffirmed to remain carbon neutral despite the development challenges we face. And therefore, our ask for this is only reasonable. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Bhutan. I see that Guatemala has requested the floor. Guatemala, you have the floor.
Guatemala tiene el honor de hacer esta intervención en nombre de los países de ILAC, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Honduras, Panamá, Paraguay y Perú. Nuestra intervención se encuentra alineada con los mensajes brindados por el representante de Cuba en nombre de los países del Grupo G77 y China. Agradecemos al gobierno de Emiratos Árabes Unidos por darnos la bienvenida en esta hermosa ciudad de Dubái y por el trabajo que la presidencia entrante de la COP28 ha llevado a cabo a lo largo de este año. Distinguidas delegaciones, tal y como lo demuestra el sexto informe de evaluación del IPCC, algunas consecuencias de los fenómenos extremos del calentamiento global son irreversibles. Con relación a los temas de adaptación, la expectativa general de ILAC para el CLAS es que contribuya sustancialmente a mejorar la acción y el apoyo a la adaptación basados en la mejor ciencia disponible, evitando y reduciendo futuras necesidades de adaptación y costos, especialmente cuando en algunos casos estamos superando los límites de la adaptación. ILAC trabajará por un marco conjunto que contenga objetivos ambiciosos, metas e indicadores para el GGA a través de un enfoque estructurado bajo el programa de trabajo Glasgow Sharm el Sheikh y contribuir al balance mundial. Respecto a la red de Santiago, ILAC apoya el borrador de texto preparado en la sesión 58 de los órganos subsidiarios como base para las negociaciones. Reiteramos la importancia que la Secretaría de la Red debería ser independiente, tener una amplia presencia regional y nacional a través de la sede y las oficinas de país para brindar de manera equilibrada la asistencia técnica y asegurar que el anfitrión cubra todo el espectro de pérdidas y daños para todos. Sobre el Fondo de Pérdidas y Daños, si bien el resultado del TC5 está lejos de ser perfecto, ILAC considera que el paquete final acordado es el fundamento para salvaguardar el acceso del fondo a los recursos y su operacionalización de manera efectiva. Abogamos por la adopción de las recomendaciones del TC5 sin enmiendas. ILAC destaca la importancia del balance mundial como un resultado fundamental de esta COP. El informe del Grupo de Trabajo Especial sobre la Acción Climática subraya la urgencia de abordar el cambio climático, reconociendo que este podría ser el último informe antes de superar el umbral crítico de los 1.5 grados centígrados. Con especial énfasis en la estrecha ventana de tiempo para aumentar la ambición y la implementación, así como evaluar desafíos y oportunidades del Acuerdo de París, con el fin de proporcionar resultados sustanciales y conclusiones claras para las partes y actores no estatales. ILAC aboga porque se consideren íntegramente los informes de síntesis del diálogo técnico, tratando de no reabrir sus conclusiones y concentrándose en los futuros pasos para la consecución de resultados. Es fundamental que el balance mundial, como base para las transformaciones a futuro y en consecuencia con el ciclo de ambición, incluya una guía en acciones y procesos que acompañen la corrección del curso que debemos implementar basados en la ciencia. Subrayamos la importancia de considerar el impacto intergeneracional de las decisiones sobre el cambio climático y se insta a reafirmar compromisos financieros existentes, así como establecer nuevos objetivos ambiciosos. Sobre la nueva meta colectiva cuantificada, ILAC reconoce las mejoras significativas en los diálogos de este año, donde centrarse en opciones tangibles ha demostrado ser valioso para delinear diversas alternativas dentro de cada dimensión crítica de la meta. Esperamos una decisión con avances tanto en el fondo como en el proceso. Asimismo, queremos destacar la importancia de seguir compartiendo nuestras diferentes opiniones sobre el artículo 2.1c, destacando su complementariedad con el artículo 9, el cual, al ser uno de los objetivos a largo plazo del Acuerdo de París, puede actuar como facilitador y ampliador de los esfuerzos para hacer la realidad el artículo 2.1a y 2.1e. Su puesta en práctica debería reflejar la interconexión de los flujos financieros con la ambición general del acuerdo respecto a mantener el aumento de la temperatura por debajo de 1.5 grados centígrados y generar resiliencia. El desarrollo y transferencia de tecnología son fundamentales, requiriendo capacidades endógenas en países en desarrollo para un despliegue exitoso. Es esencial el apoyo para superar la falta de financiación y la implementación de resultados tecnológicos. AILA quiere recordar que los enfoques cooperativos incluidos en el artículo 6 del Acuerdo de París todavía requiere decisiones críticas para finalizar la arquitectura completa para la implementación rápida de estos mecanismos, a la vez que aseguren la transparencia y la integralidad ambiental.
Thank you, Guatemala. I appreciate and very much value your contributions. Allow me, though, just to say that, colleagues, we will have the opportunity to make our national statements later during this session. And I see no more requests, and I hear no objections. Let us now proceed to adopting the agenda, and in fact, let's get to work immediately. It is so decided. Distinguished delegates, regarding the agenda items for which informal consultations by the Presidency are required, I wish to inform that I will appoint senior delegates to lead these consultations on my behalf, and I will keep parties informed on the progress of the consultations. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, allow me once again to express our appreciation to everyone who contributed to the smooth and rapid adoption of the agenda. Our success in launching our work without delay sends an important message of commitment, dedication, and determination to commence our important and urgent work on all items on our agenda. All parties contributed to forging this consensus around the agenda through their flexible and constructive engagement. I invite the COP to turn to sub-item 2D of the agenda, election of officers other than the President. Mohammed Nasr from Egypt has begun consultations on the election of officers to bodies under the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. I thank Ambassador Nasr for the work undertaken so far, and I propose that he continues the consultations to finalize the nominations. In accordance with established practice, confirmed nominees to the Bureau will be invited to attend meetings of the Bureau as observers until the elections have taken place. Parties will note that women currently comprise 38% of the membership of Convention, Kyoto Protocol, and Paris Agreement bodies. I urge parties to nominate men and women with a view to achieving the goal of gender balance. In light of the high number of outstanding nominations for a large number of officers under the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement, including for many constituted bodies entrusted with important technical work, I urge parties to intensify efforts to transmit the remaining nominations by the deadline of 8 p.m. GST on Saturday, December 9th. I propose to return to this item at the closing plenary of the COP. I hear no objections, and it is so decided. I invite the COP to turn to sub-item 2E of the agenda, admission of organizations as observers. The conference has before it document FCCP/CP/2023/3, which includes a list of IGOs and NGOs that have expressed a wish to participate in the UNFCCC process as observers, and a list of already admitted organizations that legally changed their names due to mergers with other organizations eligible for admission. These lists were the basis on which organizations were informed of their provisional admittance status to COP28, on the understanding that the final authority to grant admission lies with the COP. In accordance with the recommendations of the Bureau on this matter, I invite the COP to admit as observers the organizations listed in document FCCP/CP/2023/3. Distinguished delegates and colleagues, I acknowledge that there is no request. I once again invite the COP to admit as observers the organizations listed in document FCCP/CP/2023/3, and hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the COP to turn to sub-item. I see Russia requesting the floor. Russia, the floor is yours.
Господин председатель, Российская Федерация хотела бы сделать заявление по пункту 2И повестки дня заседания. Обращаем внимание на предоставление статуса наблюдателя при Конвенции двум якобы независимым организациям, которые в действительности управляются и финансируются правительством США. Речь идет о Национальном демократическом институте и об учрежденном Джорджем Соросом фонде «Открытое общество». Широко известно, что в их послужной список входит вмешательство во внутренние дела суверенных государств, организация общественных волнений и протестов. Считаем, что включение этих так называемых независимых НПО в состав наблюдателей направлено на политизацию климатического процесса и чревато нанесением ущерба рабочим переговорам в рамках Конвенции. Кроме того, в очередной раз отмечаем перепредставленность организаций только из определенной группы государств. Рассчитываем, что в будущем вопросу отбора наблюдателей будет уделяться больше внимания. Просим внести данное заявление в протокол заседания. Благодарю вас.
Thank you, Russia, for your statement. We will note your statement and the record. I invite the COP to turn to sub-item 2F of the agenda, organization of work, including for the sessions of the subsidiary bodies. Today, the governing and subsidiary bodies will convene their opening plenaries and launch work under all agenda items. Upon completion of the opening plenaries of the SBSTA and SBI, the 5 bodies will reconvene in a joint plenary to hear statements from groups and observer organizations. I see that the US have requested the floor. The US, you have the floor.
Mr. President, thank you. First of all, congratulations, and thank you for your very powerful opening comments. Let me just say very quickly, I don't want to take a lot of time on this, but the United States would like to underscore the importance of ensuring access by civil society to COP28. And we're very convinced that the meaningful participation of climate activists, human rights defenders, and other members of civil society is an indispensable element for success of this conference. So in this respect, we're very concerned about the assertion that NGOs that clearly meet the UNFCCC criteria for admission as observers should somehow not be accredited, not be permitted to be here for obviously other reasons. As the Secretariat has found, both the NGOs referenced in the previous intervention meet the criteria for the admission as observers, and there is no question that these NGOs are qualified in the matters of UN climate change regime. There is no basis for any party to question the basis for either of these 2 organizations' participation in our process. And if the complaining party's intervention is going to be reflected in the report of this session, the United States would request that this response also be reflected in the report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, United States, for your statement. We will note your statement and the record. I invite the COP to turn to sub-item 2F of the agenda, organization of work, including for the sessions of the subsidiary bodies. Today, the governing and subsidiary bodies will convene their opening plenaries and launch work under all agenda items. Upon completion of the opening plenaries of the SBSTA and SBI, the 5 bodies will reconvene in a joint plenary to hear statements from groups and observer organizations. Dear colleagues, let me outline how I would like to organize work under the COP. On the following items, which are also on the agendas of the relevant subsidiary bodies, the COP will take appropriate action on the basis of recommendations from the subsidiary bodies. Please note that the full titles of the agenda items I will now list are projected on the screen. Agenda items 4, 5, and 6. 7, as it relates to report of the WIM Executive Committee. Sub-item 8B, as it relates to the second review of the functions of the Standing Committee on Finance. Agenda items 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, including the report on gender composition and the synthesis report on progress in integrating a gender perspective into constituted body processes, and sub-item 16A. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Colleagues, on Wednesday, December 6th, the SBSTA and the SBI will conclude their work. I look forward to receiving the outcome of the work of the SBSTA under the leadership of Harry and of the SBI under the leadership of Nabil. After the closure of the SBSTA and the SBI, I will convene a plenary meeting to propose the modalities of work for the second week of the conference. Dear colleagues, tomorrow, Friday 1, December 1st, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates, will have the distinct honor of welcoming heads of states and government from more than 170 countries to the World Climate Action Summit. The first part of the high-level segment will also take place tomorrow, Friday, December 1st, and will continue on to Saturday, December 2nd, during which heads of state and government will deliver their national statements or statements on behalf of UNFCCC negotiating groups. The high-level segment will resume on Saturday 9th and Sunday 10th of December. During the second week of the conference, we will reconvene the COP to consider decisions and conclusions for adoption. Hearing no objections, we will proceed on this basis. Let's turn to an issue regarding the youth. A priority for the United Arab Emirates for every element of this COP has been inclusion, especially inclusion of those who are most vulnerable and most impacted by the impacts of climate change, such as women, indigenous peoples, children, and youth. The UAE COP28 Youth Climate Champion, Her Excellency Shamma Al-Mazrou'i, has worked to build opportunities for youth to engage with the UNFCCC processes, strong inclusion of youth who are set to inherit the long-term impacts of climate change is a must, and we hope parties will discuss how this can be developed at this COP. I propose to hold consultations on a way forward on this important issue. I will appoint a senior member of my delegation to lead consultations on this issue. I invite the COP to turn to sub-item 2G, dates and venues of future sessions. In accordance with the principle of rotation among regional groups, the president of COP29 would come from the Eastern European states, and for COP30 from the Latin American and Caribbean states. The Latin American and Caribbean states have nominated Brazil to host COP30. I encourage the Eastern European states to accelerate and finalize their consultations on this matter to ensure timely decision. I propose that Hannah Al-Hashimi, a senior member of my delegation, conduct consultations on my behalf with a view to proposing a draft decision on this matter for adoption by the COP. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite the COP to turn to agenda item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts. The COP is invited to consider the matter of its authority over and guidance to the WIM, including its executive committee. I propose a senior member of my delegation to undertake consultations on this matter. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the COP to turn to agenda item 8, matters relating to finance, including sub-items A to G. For sub-item 8A, the COP is invited to continue discussions on long-term finance. It is also invited to consider the summary of the deliberations at the 5th High-Level Ministerial Dialogue on Climate Finance on the progress and fulfillment of the goal of mobilizing jointly the $100 billion per year by 2020, convened at COP27, and to take any action it deems appropriate. I propose to establish a contact group co-chaired by Carlos Fuller from Belize and Gard Lindes from Norway for consideration of matters under this subcommittee. Under this sub-item. I would like now to invite the representatives of Germany and Canada to report on the progress and fulfillment of the goal mobilizing jointly the $100 billion per year by 2020. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, COP President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, as we all know, climate finance is a key part of our collective strategy to address climate change, and now more than ever, delivering support is essential to responding growing needs of developing countries. These efforts include meeting the 100 billion mark urgently and continuing to improve the quality and the effectiveness of climate finance. I am here to briefly report back on the work that my colleague, Minister Stephen Guilbeault of Canada, and I have conducted over the past months and years on the progress made to deliver on the $100 billion climate finance goal. On November 16th, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development published a report showing that in 2021, climate finance contributors collectively provided and mobilized $89.6 billion in climate finance. This is an important increase from 2020 and exceeds projections made by the OECD in the context of the Climate Finance Delivery Plan led by Canada and Germany. We were pleased to see the OECD Secretary General indicating that based on preliminary data for 2022, there is a likelihood that the goal was already met in 2022 and certainly was met in 2023. This is further underpinned by the good increase of the report Climate Finance by MDBs in 2022. I hand it over now to my Canadian colleague. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Germany. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Special Envoy Morgan. This is the third year that Germany and Canada have been working together with contributors on the U.S. $100 billion goal and listening to recipients and civil society about the impact of the financing provided. Meeting the $100 billion mark is an important step forward, but it is clear that we cannot stop here. We understand that the U.S. $100 billion is not enough to meet the needs of developing countries. Meeting the 100 billion mark is, I would like in particular to highlight the positive trend noted in the OECD report regarding the increase in funding for LDCs and SIDS. However, supporting and amplifying ambitious climate action in the developing world will require much more in the future. The new goal is an opportunity to support developing countries in meeting needs outlined in Article 2.1 of the Paris Agreement. We look forward to working with all of you on the NCQG consulate negotiations so that we can establish a transformational financial goal at COP29. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Canada. Thank you both for these positive indications on progress on this very important issue. Regarding sub-item 8B, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance, the COP is invited to consider the report of the SCF and consider the recommendations of the SPI on the second review of the functions of the SCF and take any action it deems appropriate. I thank the co-chairs of the SCF, Gertrud Wolonsky from Austria and Zahir Fakr from South Africa for their leadership and work this year. I propose to establish a contact group co-chaired by Apollonia Maiola from Italy and Ali Waqas from Pakistan for consideration of matters under this sub-item. Regarding sub-item 8C, report of the Green Climate Fund to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Green Climate Fund, the COP is invited to provide guidance to the GCF on policies, program priorities, and eligibility criteria, taking into consideration the reports of the GCF and the SCF. I thank Noman Bashir Bahati from Pakistan and Victoria Gunderson from the United States of America for their leadership as co-chairs of the GCF board and the members of the board for their hard work. I propose to establish a contact group co-chaired by Marine Lannoy from France and Richard Mayongi from Tanzania for consideration of matters under this sub-item. For sub-item 8D, report of the Global Environment Facility to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Global Environment Facility, the COP is invited to provide guidance to the GEF on policies, program priorities and eligibility criteria, taking into consideration reports of the GEF and the SCF. I thank the chairperson of the GEF, Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, and the GEF Secretariat for their work undertaken by the GEF. I propose to establish a contact group co-chaired by Ms. Lanoy and Mr. Mayongi for consideration of matters under this sub-item. For sub-item 8E, 7th review of the financial mechanism, the COP is invited to agree on the guidelines for the 7th review of the financial mechanism, taking into account the guidelines contained in the Annex to Decision 12/CP.22. I propose to establish a contact group co-chaired by Ricardo Marshall from Barbados and Solomon Schoenfield from the United Kingdom for consideration of matters under this sub-item. For sub-item 8F, compilation and synthesis of and summary report on the in-session workshop on biennial communications of information related to Article 9, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement, the COP is invited to consider the compilation and synthesis of the second biennial communications of developed country parties and summary report of the second biennial in-session workshop and information to be provided by parties. I propose to establish a contact group co-chaired by Elena Pereira from Honduras and Kelly Sharp from Canada for consideration of the matter under this subcommittee. Under sub-item 8G, operationalization of the funding arrangements responding to loss and damage referred to in paragraph 2, including the fund referred in paragraph 3 of decisions 2/CP.27 and 2/CMA.4. I propose to take this agenda sub-item later during the session once we have launched all other work under the COP, CMP and CMA. May I take it that the COP agrees to the organization of work proposed under Agenda Item 8, matters relating to finance, as just proposed. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I would like to thank the co-chairs for accepting this role. To accelerate our work, I request the co-chairs of the contact groups established under sub-items 8A to F to produce draft decision texts after the first meeting of the respective contact groups. I invite parties to refer to the daily program and CCTV for information on the time and location of the first meeting of the contact groups. I invite the COP to turn to Agenda Item 16, Sub-Item B, decision-making in the UNFCCC process. At COP27, parties were unable to conclude their consideration of this matter, and in accordance with Rules 10C and 16 of the draft Rules of Procedure being applied, this matter has been included in the provisional agenda for COP28. I propose that Omar Lebreki, a senior member of my delegation, undertake informal consultations on sub-item 16B, and I will report on the consultations at the closing plenary. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the COP to turn to Agenda Item 3, Report of the Subsidiary Bodies, Sub-Item A, Report of the Subsidiary Body for Scientific and Technological Advice. I invite the co-facilitators of the 2023 Ocean and Climate Change Dialogue convened at SBSTA 58 to present the findings of the informal summary report. Nayal Odia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's my honor to be here as co-facilitator for the 2023 Ocean and Climate Dialogue alongside Mr. Julio Cordano of Chile. Those of us in this room today are all well aware of the urgent need for actions to mitigate and adapt to climate change, in many cases through our own personal experiences with the effects of climate change. The Ocean and Climate Change Dialogue, which took place over 2 days in conjunction with Substa 58, and focused on the topics of coastal ecosystem-based restoration, including blue carbon, and aquatic foods, highlighted the need for us all to pay more attention to the critical role which a healthy ocean can play and must play in our collective efforts to address the climate crisis. We know that the ocean offers unique opportunities for holistic climate change adaptation and mitigation-based solutions, helping us to better cope with extreme weather events and sea level rise driven by climate change, as well as serving as a key global carbon sink. However, we also know that climate change is already adversely affecting the ocean, threatening its ability to regulate the Earth's climate. We are at a tipping point. A key message that came out of this year's dialogue was the importance of strengthening ocean-focused research and data management, bridging knowledge gaps, and promoting standardized data sharing to effectively integrate the ocean into climate commitments, including the NDCs. With increased knowledge, we will be better equipped to identify where protection and restoration efforts will contribute to strengthening the ocean's ability to capture and store carbon. Not only does the ocean offer enormous potential for holistic climate change mitigation and adaptation measures, but it is also a vital source of nutrition for the world. The outcomes of the dialogue highlight the importance of sustainable aquatic foods to the global carbon cycle, as well as the significant positive potential of the ocean to achieve just transition to renewable sources of energy and low-carbon food security. This year's dialogue has called for the integration of aquatic food climate solutions within national processes, including into the UNFCCC process, by adopting a systems-based approach and linking national climate policies with blue food production. The lessons learned from the dialogue emphasize that our globally shared ocean presents vital opportunities for taking ambitious climate action, and that we must act now. I would now like to give the floor to my co-facilitator, Mr. Cordano, to say a few words on moving this work forward.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, parties to the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement have recognized the importance of conservation, enhancement and protection of the ocean to address the climate crisis. This year's dialogue was aimed at strengthening ocean-based climate action at national level and under the UNFCCC process. Over 250 positive solutions were shared by parties and observers at the dialogue, which showed the wealth of existing options and the importance of the ocean in the global fight against climate change. Through the dialogue, we learn about real-world examples of collaboration with indigenous peoples, local communities, vulnerable groups, youth, women, and the private sector that can address policy barriers, facilitate investments, and promote effective conservation efforts. The dialogue report calls on parties to continue integrating ocean-based climate solutions into national climate policies and strategies, including into NDCs and NAPs. The report also further stresses the importance of increasing, scaling up, and ensuring stable and accessible finance flows for the implementation of sustainable fishing practices and management and restoration of coastal ecosystems, and to strengthen the resources of the Secretariat to follow up on the parties' policies and practices in this regard. A key message that emerged from the ocean dialogue was strengthening institutional linkages between partners at national and international levels and across the UN mandates and processes, including the recent BBNJ Treaty and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, to enhance global ambition and action for a climate-resilient ocean. The Paris Agreement emphasizes that the global stocktake should inform parties in enhancing their climate actions and international cooperation. In this line, a key message from the dialogue is that the GST outcomes considers guidelines for parties to be able to strengthen ocean-based measures in their updated NDCs and national strategies. It is our view that the ocean holds one of the keys to an equitable and sustainable planet, and this should be reflected in the outcomes of this important meeting. We remain available to parties, Niall and I, as co-facilitators of this dialogue, to parties and observers to continue engaging on the outcomes of the ocean dialogue. And for this, we will convene an informal and open meeting that is scheduled on the 3rd of December at 1 p.m. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Julio and Niall. We will return to agenda item 3 once the work of the subsidiary bodies has concluded. Delegates, this brings us to the end of the first meeting of the COP. We will meet later today for the joint plenary of the governing and subsidiary bodies to hear statements from groups of parties and observers after the opening plenaries of the subsidiary bodies. We will resume this meeting of the COP after the CMA opening plenary to consider COP Agenda Sub-Item 8G, operationalization of the funding arrangements for responding to loss and damage referred to in paragraph 2, including the fund referred to in paragraph 3 of decisions 2/CP.27 and 2/CMA.4. This meeting of the COP is suspended. Distinguished delegates, I now declare open the 18th session of the Conference of Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol. We will now proceed with our work under Agenda Item 2, Organizational Matters. I invite the conference to consider Sub-Item 2A of the Provisional Agenda, Adoption of the Agenda. I invite parties to turn to documents FCCP/CMP/2023/1 and Addenda 1 and 2. With the understandings that I outlined earlier in the first plenary meeting of the COP, I propose to adopt the supplementary provisional agenda contained in document FCCC/CMP/2023/1/ADD.2 as orally amended to reflect these understandings, with the following items deleted: Item 14 and Item 15. I hear no objections. It is so decided. I invite parties to Agenda Sub-Item 2B, Election of Additional Officers. As I mentioned during the COP opening plenary, Mohammed Nasser of Egypt has been continuing consultations on the election of officers to bodies under the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement on my behalf. I propose to return to this item at the closing plenary of the CMP. I once again urge parties to intensify efforts to transmit the remaining nominations by the deadline of 8 p.m. GST on Saturday, December 9th. I hear no objections. It is so decided. I invite parties to turn to Sub-Item 2C, Organization of Work, including for the sessions of the subsidiary bodies. On the following items, which are also on the agendas of the relevant subsidiary bodies, the CMP will take appropriate action on the basis of inter alia recommendations from these subsidiary bodies. Please note the full titles of the agenda items I will list are projected on the screen. Sub-Item 4A and Items 8, 9, and 12. During the second week of the conference, we will reconvene the CMP to consider the decisions and conclusions for adoption. I hear no objections. It is so decided. Colleagues, as I already mentioned during the COP opening on Wednesday, December 6th, the SBSTA and the SPI will conclude their work. I look forward to receiving the outcome of the work of the SBSTA and of the SPI. I invite the CMP to turn agenda item 4, reporting from and review of parties included in Annex 1, Sub-Item B, annual compilation and accounting report for the second commitment period for Annex B parties under the Kyoto Protocol. The CMP is invited to take note of information contained in reports for 2019 to 2023. I would like to mention that the report for 2023 is the last one of the annual compilation and accounting reports. The CMP may wish to note that this concludes the consideration of this agenda item. And I hear no objections. It is so decided. I invite the CMP to turn to agenda item 5, matters relating to the Clean Development Mechanism. Under this item, the CMP is invited to consider, inter alia, the annual report of the CDM Executive Board and the technical paper prepared by Secretariat in response to the CMP 17 mandate. Subsequent to the publication of the annual report, the Executive Board met in Dubai earlier this week and requested further guidance on specific matters to the CMP. The meeting report is available on the CDM web pages of the UNFCCC website. I would like to thank CDM Executive Board Chair Lambert Schneider and Vice Chair Spencer Thomas for their leadership, and the members and alternate members of the board for their hard work. I propose to establish a contact group to consider this item to be co-chaired by Kazuhisa Kwakotsu from Japan and Alec Movandika from Zambia. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the CMP to turn to Agenda Item 6, matters relating to joint implementation. CMP 17 decided to terminate the Joint Implementation Supervisory Committee. It requested the Secretariat to take necessary steps to conclude matters relating to the operation of the committee for consideration at CMP 18. The CMP is invited to consider and provide guidance on this matter, and for this purpose I will propose a senior delegate to work on a draft decision with the support of the Secretariat. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the CMP to turn to Agenda Item 7, matters relating to the Adaptation Fund. Under this item, the CMP is invited to consider the annual report of the Adaptation Fund Board. I would like to thank the Chair of the Adaptation Fund Board, Antonio Navarra from Italy, and the members and alternate members of the board for their hard work. I propose to establish a contact group to consider this item to be co-chaired by Diane Blacklane from Antigua and Barbuda and Louise Rosario from France. I hear no objections. It is so decided. I invite the CMP to turn to Agenda Item 10, Report of the Compliance Committee. I'd like to thank the chairpersons of the committee, Kunihiko Shimada and Palweti Bainua, as well as the vice chairs Lisa Benjamin and Carolina Antonen for their leadership, and the members and alternate members for their hard work. I propose that the CMP takes note of the report of the Compliance Committee contained in document FCCP/KP/CMP/2023/3. I hear no objections. It is so decided. I invite the CMP to turn Agenda Item 11, report on the high-level ministerial roundtable on increased ambition of Kyoto Protocol commitments. Consultations during CMP 17 on this matter revealed that views remain divergent on whether further work is needed on this matter. I propose a senior member of my delegation to conduct consultations on this matter on my behalf. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Dear delegates, I'd like to thank the co-chairs for accepting to undertake this role. Colleagues, this brings us to the end of the first meeting of the CMP. The meeting of the CMP is adjourned. Distinguished delegates, I now declare open the fifth session of the Conference of Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement. We will now proceed with our work under Agenda Item 2, Organizational Matters. I invite parties to turn to documents FCCC/CMA/2023/1 and Addenda 1 to 3. I invite the CMA to consider Sub-Item 2A of the Provisional Agenda, adoption of the agenda. With the understandings that I outlined earlier in the first plenary meeting of the COP, I propose to adopt the supplementary provisional agenda contained in document FCCC/CMA/2023/1/ADD.3 as amended to reflect these understandings, with the following items deleted: sub-items 10H and 10I, Item 16, Item 19, Item 20, Item 21, item 22, and item 23. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMA to turn to agenda sub-item 2B, election of additional officers. As I mentioned during the COP and CMP opening plenaries, Mohammed Nasser from Egypt has begun consultations on the election of officers to bodies under the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement, and will continue the consultations to finalize the nominations. Again, I urge parties to intensify efforts to conclude the remaining nominations so that these can be transmitted by the deadline of 8 p.m. GST on Saturday, December 9th. I propose to return to this item at the closing plenary of the CMA. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMA to turn to sub-item 2C, organization of work, including for the sessions of the subsidiary bodies. On the following items, which are also on the agendas of the relevant subsidiary bodies, the CMA will take appropriate action on the basis of recommendations from the subsidiary bodies. Please note that the full titles of the agenda items I will list are projected on the screen. Agenda items 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sub-item 10A, matters relating to finance as it relates to the second review of the functions of the Standing Committee on Finance. Agenda items 11, 12, 13, 14, and 17. A number of high-level events that relate to a few of the agenda items considered under the subsidiary bodies will also be organized during this session. They are the high-level events of the global stocktake, the high-level ministerial dialogue on the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, the biennial high-level ministerial dialogue on climate finance, the high-level ministerial roundtable on pre-2030 ambition, and the annual high-level ministerial roundtable on just transition. Dates and locations of these events can be found in the program of the conference. Lastly, I would like to mention that during the second week of the conference, we will reconvene the CMA to consider the decisions and conclusions for adoption. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Colleagues, as I mentioned during the COP opening, the SPSTA and the SPI will conclude their work on Wednesday, December 6th. I look forward to receiving the outcome of the work of the SPSTA and the SPI. I invite the CMA to turn to agenda item 10, matters relating to finance, including sub-items A to G. Regarding sub-item 10A, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance, the CMA is invited to consider the report of the SCF prepared for this session and the recommendations of the SPI on the second review of the functions of the SCF and take any action it deems appropriate. Consideration of this sub-item will be undertaken jointly with the contact group established by the COP for its agenda sub-item 8B, co-chaired by Apollina Mola from Italy and Ali Waqas from Pakistan. Regarding sub-item 10B, guidance to the Green Climate Fund, the CMA is invited to provide guidance to GCF on policies, program priorities, and eligibility criteria related to the Paris Agreement for transmission by the COP. Consideration of sub-item 10B will be undertaken jointly with the contact group established by the COP for its agenda sub-item 8C by co-chaired by Marine Lanouille from France and Richard Moyongi from Tanzania. Regarding sub-item 10C, guidance to the Global Environment Facility, the CMA is invited to consider the information provided by the GEF and to provide guidance to it on policies, program priorities, and eligibility criteria related to the Paris Agreement for transmission by the COP. Consideration of sub-item 10C will be undertaken jointly with the contact group established by the COP for its agenda sub-item 8D to be co-chaired by Ms. Lanouille and Mr. Moyongi. Regarding sub-item 10D, matters relating to Adaptation Fund, the CMA is invited to consider the annual report of the Adaptation Fund Board prepared for this session. Work under this sub-item will be undertaken jointly with the contact group established by the CMP for its agenda item 7, co-chaired by Diane Black-Lalin from Antigua and Barbuda and Louis Rousseau from France. Regarding sub-item 10E, new collective quantified goal on climate finance, the CMA is invited to take stock of the progress made and provide further guidance on the ad hoc work program. I would like to thank Fiona Gilbert and Zahir Fakir for their leadership as co-chairs of the ad hoc work program and for their work this year as reflected in their annual report prepared for this session. Work under this sub-item will also take in consideration the summary of the deliberations at the high-level ministerial dialogue to be convened on December 3rd. I propose to establish contact group co-chaired by Gabriella Blatter from Switzerland and Amina Yavoli from Fiji for consideration of matters under the sub-item. Regarding sub-item 10F, compilation and synthesis of and summary report on the in-session workshop on biennial communications of information related to Article 9, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement, the CMA is invited to consider the documents prepared for the session and presented in the annotations. The CMA is also invited to consider updating the types of information contained in the Annex to Decision 12/CMA.1 on the basis of parties' experience and lessons learned in the preparation of their biennial communication of indicative, quantitative and qualitative information. In addition, the CMA will convene on December 8th a high-level ministerial dialogue on climate finance to be informed by the compilation and synthesis of the second biennial communication from developed country parties and summary report of the second biennial in-session workshop of information to be provided by parties. Consideration of this sub-item will be undertaken jointly with the contact group established by the COP for its agenda sub-item 10F, co-chaired by Elena Pereira from Honduras and Kelly Sharp from Canada. Regarding sub-item 10G, operationalization of the funding arrangements for responding to loss and damage referred to in paragraph 2, including the fund established in paragraph 3 of decision 2/CP.27 and 2/CMA.4, I propose to take up this agenda sub-item together with COP agenda sub-item 8G later during the meeting. May I take it that the CMA agrees to the organization of the work proposed for item 10, matters relating to finance. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I would like to thank the co-chairs for accepting this role, and I invite delegates to consult CCTV and the daily programs for detailed information on the meetings and events. To accelerate our work, I request the co-chairs of the contact group established under 10A to F to produce draft decision texts after the first meeting of the respective contact groups. I invite the CMA to turn to sub-item 14B, rules, modalities and procedures for the mechanism established by Article 6, Paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement and referred to in Decision 3/CMA.3. The CMA is invited to consider the annual report and the recommendations of the supervisory body for the mechanism established by Article 6, Paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement. I would like to thank the Chair and the Vice Chair of the supervisory body, Olga Ghassan Zad and El Haji Mbayi Deyangi, for their leadership, and members and alternate members of the body for their hard work. I propose to establish a contact group co-chaired by Sonam Tashi from Bhutan and Kate Hannock from Australia for consideration of matters under this item. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I'd like to thank the co-chairs for accepting this role. I invite the CMA to turn to agenda item 15, report of the Committee to Facilitate Implementation and Promote Compliance referred to in Article 15, Paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement. I would like to thank Christina Voigt and Hasib Gohar, co-chairs of the committee, for their leadership, as well as the members and alternate members for their hard work. I invite the CMA to take note of the information contained in the 4th Annual Report of the Paris Agreement Implementation and Compliance Committee contained in document FCCC/CMA/2023/4, including the recommendation that with respect to paragraph 2 of decision 20/CMA.1, the CMA undertake the first review of the committee's modalities and procedures in 2024, noting that CMA 7 will take place in 2025 instead of 2024, owing to the coronavirus pandemic. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Distinguished delegates, I'd like to take this opportunity to draw parties' attention to documents FCCC/CMA/2023/12 and FCCC/CMA/2023/10. The first document was prepared by the Secretariat at the request of CMA 3 and presents an update of the synthesis report on nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement referred to in Decision 1/CMA.2, paragraph 10. The second document was prepared by the Secretariat at the request of CMA 4 and presents a synthesis report on long-term low greenhouse gas emissions development strategies referred to in Article 4, paragraph 19 of the Paris Agreement. These synthesis reports, which are available on the UNFCCC website, provide an overview of where parties stand in terms of the ambition and actions outlined in their nationality-determined contributions and long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategies, and they can serve as useful inputs to your deliberations here in the UAE. This meeting of the CMA is suspended. Dear delegates, as I informed you earlier, we now return to COP Agenda Item 8G and CMA Agenda Item 10G, operationalization of the funding arrangements for responding to loss and damage, referred to in paragraph 2, including the fund referred to in paragraph 3 of decisions 2/CP.27 and 2/CMA.4. We will be considering the draft decisions on this matter first in the COP and then in the CMA. I resume the first meeting of the COP. I invite parties to turn to COP Agenda Sub-Item 8G, operationalization of the funding arrangements for responding to loss and damage referred to in paragraph 2, including the fund referred to in paragraph 3 of decisions 2/CP.27 and 2/CMA.4. In Sharm el-Sheikh, the COP and the CMA adopted historic decisions to establish funding arrangements and a fund for assisting developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change in responding to loss and damage. A transitional committee on the operationalization of the new funding arrangements for responding to loss and damage and a fund was also established. The committee engaged in extensive deliberations throughout the year, including an additional session held here in the United Arab Emirates in Abu Dhabi from November 3rd to 4th. It worked diligently in developing recommendations for consideration and adoption by the COP and the CMA, demonstrating significant compromise and flexibility to achieve agreement, and by doing so, delivered on its mandate. I thank every member of the committee for their dedication, constructive engagement, and spirit of compromise, which I hope will continue to inspire all of our work here in Dubai. I also thank the co-chairs for their leadership. I invite the co-chairs of the Transitional Committee, Oti Honkatukia from Finland and Richard Sherman from South Africa, to report on the work of the committee. Richard, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. COP Presidency. We welcome your election, and on behalf of South Africa, just to express our full support for your efforts to ensure that we have a successful outcome here in Dubai. I also wanted to thank you for the opportunity to address the sessions with a brief report back on the work of the Transitional Committee. As colleagues recall, decisions in Sharm el-Sheikh established the Transitional Committee to operationalize the fund. We were given a very clear mandate. We were also given a very hard task in a very short amount of time. And I'm very grateful to be able to report back on behalf of Uti and the Transitional Committee members that we have delivered on our task. The outcome might not be satisfactory to all people. We certainly know that our colleagues in civil society have been shouting at us, but we welcome those voices. They are encouraging to us. We hope in the future we'll agree more closely on certain issues, but I wanted to thank all the participants to the Transitional Committee process, not just the members, but everybody who participated in our work, in our deliberations throughout the year, plus the workshops we held that were mandated, the Glasgow Dialogue and the SBI chairs for their support. I think collectively, all these inputs have made our work more robust. It's also made our work a lot harder, but I believe that as the committee, we have agreed on our recommendations by consensus. Thank you again to the UAE for hosting the 5th meeting in Abu Dhabi just after the pre-COP. And therefore, we're happy to present our recommendations to you. So in terms of the formal handing over of our report, these are in documents FCCC/CP/2023/9 and FCCC/PA/CMA/2023/9. The outcomes are a result of many months of complex work. It has been very challenging, but it represents a milestone achievement by a small group of representative parties that we are able to deliver our report to you here. I would like to just finally thank my colleague Uti for working alongside me throughout the year, and to the Secretariat. And on this note, I will hand over to Uti to complete our report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Your co-chair, Uti, would you like to say a word?
Thank you, President, and thank you, dear Richard. We really want to sincerely thank all the members of the Transitional Committee for the dedication, for the really constructive spirit, all the work throughout the year, and this has really enabled us now to arrive at this positive outcome. More specifically, I want to thank the government of Egypt, the Dominican Republic, and the United Arab Emirates for their generosity and hospitality in hosting the meetings during this year. Also, on behalf of Richard and myself, I want to express our gratitude to the agencies that took part in the Technical Support Unit. They provided really important technical inputs to our work this year, and also to the many observers and other stakeholders who made submissions, attended meetings and workshops, and shared their valuable insights and experiences with us. Your significant contributions strengthened our work and really served as a powerful reminder of what this work means for communities and countries on the front lines of climate change. While this was not an easy journey, and on a very personal note, I'm pretty sure that there are parts of this journey that neither my co-chair Richard of South Africa nor I wish to experience ever again. We are confident that the outcomes of this process serve as a strong foundation upon which the international community can now continue to build the new fund, the new funding arrangements, and continue to strengthen the existing funding arrangements, all of which have been widely welcomed as a beacon of hope for the climate vulnerables across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you both for your hard work. I invite the COP to turn to document FCCC/CP/2023/L.1 containing the draft decision entitled The Operationalization of the new funding arrangements, including a fund responding to loss and damage referred to in paragraphs 2-3 of decisions 2/CP.27 and 2/CMA.4. It is my understanding that some parties may offer to contribute to the fund, and I encourage parties to consider making such pledges during this session. I request the Secretariat to update paragraph 14 of the decision to reflect any offers to contribute made during this conference. Further, I also request the Secretariat to make available on UNFCCC website all offers to contribute as they are made. I recommend that once operational, the Board take up the matter of a name for this fund for climate impact response. On these understandings, I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L.1. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I congratulate parties for this historic decision. This sends a positive signal of momentum to the world and to our work here in Dubai. I encourage parties to nominate members and alternate members of the board of the fund here in Dubai so that we can immediately have the board operational and serving the developing countries particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. I propose that parties wishing to intervene do so following adoption of the decision under the CMA. With this, I declare the first meeting of the COP adjourned. We will now resume the CMA to adopt corresponding decision. I resume the first meeting of the CMA. On the same understanding just outlined in the COP, I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision contained in document FCCC/PA/CMA/2023/L.1. And I hear no objections. It is so decided. Once again, I congratulate all parties for this historic decision. We have delivered history today. The first time a decision has been adopted on day one of any COP. And the speed in which we have done so is also unique, phenomenal, and historic. I thank you all. Getting this done demonstrates the hard work of so many, particularly members of the International Committee who worked tirelessly to get us to this very important point. This is evidence that we can deliver. COP28 can and will deliver. And colleagues, this now sets a clear ambition for us to agree a comprehensive, ambitious GST decision over the next 12 days. Allow me a minute for consultation, please. Thank you. allow me to reconvene the meeting. I am also now told that His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the UAE Minister of Foreign Affairs and Chair of the COP28 Higher Committee, have just announced the UAE's commitment of $100 million towards the capitalization and operationalization of the fund. Thank you, sir. The COP28 presidency is committed to delivering outcomes for the climate vulnerable. I also understand a number of parties would like to take the floor to make pledges to the fund. The floor is open. I see Germany. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We would like to hand over the floor to Federal Minister Svenja Schulze, Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, on this historic day, if she is able to join us. And if not, then there she is, Minister Schulze.
Dear colleagues, dear Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, thank you so much for letting me participate in this remarkable moment. And let me express my gratitude to all of you, and especially to you personally and the team of the COP presidency. It is really a groundbreaking decision for solidarity for the most vulnerable. And the package adopted today is the outcome of hard work in the transitional committee throughout this year. And this decision you have just taken enables the quick and the effective operationalization of the new funding arrangements, including a fund. Now we need to move from words to action. And this is why I am happy to confirm on behalf of Chancellor Olaf Scholz that, like the government of the United Arab Emirates, the German government stands ready to kickstart the new fund with $100 million, and we invite all countries to make further contributions for this first capitalization of the new fund responding to loss and damage. And now, let's deliver the same ambition also on mitigation and adaptation. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow, and thanks again, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. And I see United Kingdom have asked for the floor. You have the floor, UK.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a historic occasion and one that's been a long time in the making. And we want to thank the UAE presidency, the former Egyptian presidency, as well as the co-chairs, the Secretariat and all the members of the Transitional Committee for the tireless work over the past year. And we also want to acknowledge those who fought for many years to get us to this point. The UK was honoured to play our part in the Transitional Committee, and we join those before us in strongly welcoming the establishment of the fund and funding arrangements. And we've heard the message loud and clear. It's now time for the fund to get to work. And in this spirit, the UK is delighted to announce up to £60 million for loss and damage, including up to £40 million for the new fund, and a further £20 million for funding arrangements, including for early warning systems and disaster risk finance. This is a demonstration of our commitment to getting the fund up and running so that it can support our vulnerable partners. And for the fund to deliver at the scale needed, we must work together to ensure that it delivers in bringing in a wide variety of sources. Mr. President, the outcome that we've achieved this year demonstrates our potential when we come together for a common cause. We need to channel this momentum through the rest of the COP28 as we strive for an ambitious outcome that keeps 1.5 in reach and supports the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. I understand the United States have asked for the floor. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Mr. President. This has been an incredible journey. The United States fully supports the recommendations from the Transitional Committee, and we are obviously pleased with everybody by the early adoption by the parties, which is a great way to start this COP. We have been working very, very closely with other Transitional Committee members this entire year in order to design an effective fund that is based on cooperation and does not involve liability or compensation. And we're very much committed now to work with our Congress to provide $17.5 million specifically towards the Fund for Climate Impacts Response that will help vulnerable countries to respond to the impacts. But we also expect this fund to be up and running quickly. We expect it will help address priority gaps in the current landscape of support, which I'll say a couple of words about, and we expect it will draw from a wide variety of sources. So we will be submitting a statement on the Transitional Committee recommendations there too. In addition, I'm pleased to announce an additional $4.5 million for the Pacific Resilience Facility, subject to congressional requirements, another $2.5 million for the Santiago Network, specifically for its stand-up. And both the Pacific Resilience Facility and the Santiago Network are recognized in the Transitional Committee recommendations as key elements of the broader mosaic of support to vulnerable countries and communities as they deal with and respond to the impacts of climate crisis. We are also planning not just to look at the Fund for Climate Impacts, but with respect to a broader mosaic of ways in which we intend to continue to support vulnerable countries. I just want to highlight three of them very quickly. First, we have and we will continue to help vulnerable developing countries to recover and reconstruct from extreme climate-related events, including through the support to the multilateral development banks. In 2023, we supported flood reconstruction, emergency assistance in Bangladesh through the Asian Development Bank, emergency support to address disasters in Rwanda through the African Development Bank, an emergency program in response to Tropical Storm Julia in Honduras through the Inter-American Development Bank. And second, we will continue to support vulnerable countries in their efforts to increase fiscal space. We will support the expanded application of climate-resilient debt clauses, including by the multilateral development banks, and we're very proud of the work that the Development Finance Corporation has undertaken over the last 18 months, in which we have specifically committed more than $1.5 billion in political risk insurance for debt-for-nature restructurings. And in Belize, for example, with DFC's support, a private company will now provide paramedic insurance to cover damages caused by hurricanes equal to more than 20% of Belize's GDP. And thirdly, finally, the United States is committed to working with others on policy matters related to sea level rise. In 2022, we made it a U.S. policy that sea level rise driven by human-induced climate change will not diminish the maritime zones on which island states and other coastal states rely, including for food and livelihoods. In addition, President Biden announced the United States considers that sea level rise driven by human-induced climate change should not cause a country to lose its statehood or its membership in the United Nations. And these are a snapshot of what I think is an increasingly broad array of initiatives from nations around the world. And finally, with respect to the importance of innovative sources of finance, the scale of the challenge is simply too large for any government to be able to finance alone. And that is why we announced last year, and we will be announcing further in a few days, the outlines of the full measure of how this will now be implemented for the Energy Transition Accelerator, the ETA, which will go to help specifically vulnerable countries in their efforts to adapt and to respond to the impacts of the climate crisis. And going forward, we will continue to work with partners in addition to President Biden's PREPARE program, which is the Emergency Adaptation Initiative, which he has announced. So we're proud of what has happened here over this last year and proud of what has been announced today. Thank you.
Thank you, U.S. May I now give the floor to Japan, please. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Japan welcomes the adoption of the decision to establish the fund at this plenary. Like previous speakers, we commend the hard work of the Transition Committee, and I am humbly delighted that a Japanese member of the committee also contributed to this outcome. We hope that the fund will be operationalized at the earliest timing so that we can assist developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. I am happy to announce that Japan pledges $10 million for the startup of the fund. This fund is about global solidarity and should be supported by various funding sources, including from all countries that have the capacity to do so. Japan is determined to actively participate in the discussions towards the early operationalization of the fund. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Japan. I would like now to ask the EU to take the floor. EU, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. And I want to speak on behalf of the EU and its member state. And first, thank you, the Presidency, for the good start, for this positive start. I would also like to thank you, the Transitional Committee, for its work and welcome the adoption by parties of the recommendation on the funding arrangement, including the fund, as agreed in Abu Dhabi. By adopting the TC's recommendations, COP28 has delivered on the historic COP27 decision under Egypt's leadership, and sends a strong signal of solidarity with developing countries particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, including LDCs and SIDS. In this positive atmosphere, I am happy to share that the EU and a number of member states are announcing pledges to the fund and the funding arrangement at this COP, including to accelerate political momentum during the high-level segment. These pledges will provide a significant contribution to the operationalization of the fund and to get it up and running. We hope it will create an environment of trust and confidence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, EU. I'd like to invite Turkey to take the floor. Turkey, you have the floor.
Sayın Başkan, değerli delegeler, bize bu oturumda konuşma fırsatı verdiği için başkanlığa en içten şükranlarımı ifade etmek isterim. Bugün güçlü bir küresel işbirliğine ve güven artırıcı çabalara tanıklık ediyoruz. Türkiye, kayıp ve zararlara ilişkin bu tarihi kararı büyük bir memnuniyetle karşılamaktadır. Güncel IPCC raporu, ülkemizin de içinde bulunduğu Akdeniz Havzası'nda sanayi öncesi döneme göre 1,5 derece senaryosunun yaşanmakta olduğunu ortaya koymuştur. Sadece 2022 yılında Türkiye daha önce benzeri görülmemiş sıklık ve etkide sel, kuraklık, fırtına, orman yangını gibi 2000'den fazla iklim değişikliği kaynaklı aşırı hava olayı ve afet yaşamıştır. Değerli delegeler, kayıp ve zarar fon düzenlemeleri kararının uygulanmasına ilişkin fonun uygunluk ve kurumsal düzenlemeleri de dahil olmak üzere Türkiye'nin pozisyonunu net bir şekilde ortaya koymak isterim. Paris Anlaşması'nı gelişmekte olan bir ülke olarak onaylayan Türkiye, bilimsel veriler ışığında kayıp ve zarar fonunun erişim için bir kriter olan özellikle kırılgan kabul edilen ülkelerden biridir. Türkiye, iklim finansmanı mekanizmasında şu ana kadar adil muamele görmeyen bir ülkedir. Gelişmekte olan ülkelerin ihtiyaçlarını önceleyen ve iklim adaletine hizmet etmeyi amaçlayan bu yeni fon düzenlemesi, ülkemizin geride bırakılmadığı hakkaniyetli bir anlayışla işler hale getirilmelidir. Türkiye'nin müzakerelerde sergilediği yapıcı tavır, bu konudaki kararlılığımızdan taviz olarak anlaşılmamalıdır. Sayın Başkan, kayıp ve zarar fon düzenlemeleri kararına ilişkin duruşumuzu ifade ettiğimiz bu müdahalemizi kayıtlara geçirilmesini ve başkanlığın bu konudaki raporuna dahil edilmesini talep ediyorum. Bu uzun ve zorlu süreci kimseyi geride bırakmadan şeffaf bir anlayışla yöneten ve başarıya ulaştıran COP28 Başkanı Doktor Sultan El Cabir şahsında Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri'ne ev sahipliklerinden dolayı bir kez daha teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Turkey, for your statement, and it will be noted in the report. Allow me now to request DRC to take the floor. DRC, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence, Dr Sultan Al-Jabir, président de la COP28. Au nom de la République démocratique du Congo, je voudrais féliciter sincèrement la décision extraordinaire dans un court délai de la création du Fonds pour la riposte des changements climatiques. Cependant, nous voulons soutenir que nous espérons que ce fonds va permettre aux pays victimes des effets néfastes des réchauffements climatiques d'être réellement des bénéficiaires et qu'il y aura assouplissement de mécanismes d'accès à ces fonds et aussi de la gestion transparente de ces fonds. Nous espérons aussi que la création de ces fonds ne va pas occulter l'engagement pris par les pays responsables de la pollution de contribuer à la lutte contre le changement climatique à échelon de 100 milliards de dollars américains par an, lequel engagement peine à être réalisé depuis 14 ans aujourd'hui. La lutte contre le réchauffement climatique est la responsabilité de tous. Nous savons que la responsabilité est collective mais différenciée, c'est là qu'on est responsable de la pollution ou pas. La République démocratique du Congo est victime de différentes formes de réchauffement climatique. Comme tout pays forestier, nous sommes aussi la réponse face au changement climatique, de par notre potentiel environnemental important. Par principe de responsabilité collective, aujourd'hui, au nom des pays forestiers, au nom des 3 bassins tropicaux qui constituent la réponse face à la lutte contre le changement climatique, nous voulons aussi annoncer notre intention de contribuer à ces fonds. Parce que nous ne sommes pas que victimes, nous avons aussi la réponse. Mais cette réponse est conditionnée. Nous demandons aujourd'hui qu'il soit acté aujourd'hui, dans cette première journée extraordinaire de la COP28, que les forêts constituent la réponse et que nous, les pays forestiers, nous demandons la révision à la hausse du prix de la tonne de carbone pour nous permettre, nous, de ponctionner dans ces fonds récoltés du marché carbone, que nous puissions contribuer à mobiliser aussi les ressources du fonds, et cela va nous permettre de financer nos propres projets d'adaptation et d'atténuation, et aussi de booster la solidarité face à ces pays insulaires et les pays désertiques qui ne sont que victimes, qui ne regorgent pas d'une réponse basée sur la nature pour lutter contre les changements climatiques. Nous demandons aussi qu'il soit acté que le pays forestier demande à intégrer les marchés souverains étatiques au lieu de rester à la merci du marché de crédit carbone volontaire. Voilà les propositions que nous avons données en répétant que nous sommes prêts à financer ces fonds en tenant compte de ces revendications que nous avons données. Je vous remercie.
Dear delegates, we would like to ask for a 2-minute break. Thank you. take your seats again? Thank you. We will start in 30 seconds. Thank you.
If we take bold decisions today, the future of humanity hangs in the balance, and the path we choose in response to the climate crisis will define the course of our shared destiny. Over 100,000 delegates registered to meet here in Dubai in COP28. It is a chance for each one of us to take those bold decisions, decisions that aspire to a green and sustainable world. We are looking forward to COP28 for answers. But we have to remember that COP28 is all of us, each one of us. So what we deliver here has to be transformative in nature. We have to deliver on multiple fronts, and we have to catalyze crucial global momentum to address gaps in climate action through the global stocktake. The course correction, quote unquote, that we are aiming for is something that, one, keeps the 1.5 temperature goal within reach by increasing ambition and addressing the emissions gap. Two, build on the good news earlier this afternoon when we established the Loss and Damage Fund and even had pledges done, and make sure that this is able to raise additional, predictable and adequate finance. Three, launch the work program on just transition pathways, enabling parties to assess and scale up ways to achieve Paris Agreement goals in an equitable manner. Four, deliver a strong outcome on finance. And five, achieve global resilience through a clear and measurable global goal on adaptation. Let us seize this moment with unwavering optimism to enact change and build a world where the ambition to address climate change is as vast as the challenge itself. Thank you. Let me now invite you to turn to sub-agenda item 2, organizational matters. Item 2A, adoption of the agenda. I would now like to refer to document SBI/2023/11/add2, which contains a supplementary provisional agenda for SBI 59. As you know, the COP28 presidency has held intensive consultations with the parties on the adoption of the agendas of the different bodies at this session. You heard earlier today from the President during the first plenary meeting of the COP the understanding reached during these consultations regarding the adoption of the agendas of the COP, CMP, CMA, which applies mutatis mutandis to the agenda of the SBI and SubStar. With this understanding, I propose that the supplementary provisional agenda as contained in document SBI/2023/11/add2 be adopted without the following items: item 21, 22, 23, and 24, and that the subsequent items be renumbered accordingly. May I invite parties to adopt the supplementary provisional agenda contained in SBI/2023/11/add2 as orally amended, namely without items 21, 22, 23, and 24. I hear no objections. It is so decided. Thank you, colleagues. Dear delegates, as outlined at the beginning, I will take up sub-items 2B and 2E of the SBI agenda before handing back to SubStar Chair, who will proceed on the adoption of the SubStar agenda. I now invite delegates to turn to sub-item 2B, election of officers other than the Chair. In accordance with Rule 27 of the draft Rules of Procedure being applied, the SBI shall elect its rapporteur for 2024. I therefore propose to return to the election of the rapporteur during the closing session plenary of the SBI to be held on 6th of December. I trust nominations will be submitted in a timely manner to ensure that this can proceed accordingly. I would also like to take the opportunity to recall Decision 23/CP COP18, in which parties agreed to give active consideration to increasing the participation of women in established bodies within the UNFCCC process. I trust that parties will consider this accordingly in the context of the nominations to be submitted pursuant to this sub-item. Please note that the current rapporteur, Ms. Aysen Turpanchi, will remain in office until her successor is elected, and I really thank Aysen for her continued support. I now invite you to return to sub-item 2C, Organization of Work of the Session. As you will have seen, Harry and I have laid out our plans and expectations for these 59th SB sessions in our joint note, which was issued on 17th of November, and which is to be read in conjunction with the documents containing the draft provisional and supplementary provisional agendas and annotations for the SBI and Substa. In the note, we have attempted to provide an overview and present our proposed approaches of how work under the SBs will be organized. We have therefore also taken into consideration comments from parties during our pre-sessional consultations on how you should see this work being organized. At today's plenary, we will organize work on the relevant agenda items and invite a pair of co-chairs and co-facilitators to assist in our work. All meetings of the informal consultations and contact groups we established today will be announced on CCTV and in the daily program. As there may be last-minute changes, please always confirm the time and venue through one of these means. We appeal to all delegates to be on time for these meetings. It is imperative that all meetings start and end on time
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. And first of all, thank you very much for your patience and apologies for the delay. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the opening press conference of COP28. I'm here with the newly elected COP president, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, Executive Secretary Simon Steele, Hana Al Hashimi, UAE COP lead negotiator, and last but not least, Ambassador Majid Al Suwaidi, the COP28 Director General. We will hear a few remarks and then we have time for a few questions. Over to you, Executive Secretary, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. And as he started, apologies for the late start to this press conference. And I want to start by just acknowledging the positive start to the opening of this COP. And I want to commend the UAE presidency for its leadership, as well as the previous Egyptian COP presidency. Loss and damage has been a central priority of the UN's climate efforts. So it's been a privilege for UN climate change to facilitate the work of the Transitional Committee and working very closely with the presidencies and the work within the Transitional Committee. We heard from the two co-chairs. We believe all parties left there sufficiently happy. There was the discussions were challenging. This is 30 years worth of discussion, which concluded in Sharm el-Sheikh last year with that historic decision to establish the fund and funding arrangements. But the challenge was how, within a one-year period, with just 5 meetings of the committee, to actually work out the details and iron out the details of how to operationalize it, and not just operationalizing it, but also to start that seed capital for it, which we were all there to witness. So today's news on loss and damage gives this UN climate conference a running start. All governments and their negotiators must use this momentum to deliver truly ambitious outcomes here in Dubai. We must keep our eyes on the prize, and every minute counts. So I want you to think of those people as the negotiations take place. And that's what energizes me, and that's what inspires me as we support this process. So when the going gets tough, I urge the negotiating teams to move beyond traditional negotiating positions and to find solutions and pathways forward. And as I said in my opening speech, to turn those badges around the necks of each of the delegates into badges of honor, and as they represent the millions of people that they are working for. We still have a lot of work ahead of us. Loss and damage is just one of the negotiating tracks. But the spirit in which parties have engaged as we ended the pre-sessional week, where negotiators were engaging constructively, where the Secretariat met with all parties, all negotiating groups. And what is consistent across all of those negotiating groups and all of the parties that we've met is that willingness to start these negotiations with a constructive and engaged outlook. So we need to work and build on what we have seen today. as we work through the 12, 13 days that are ahead of us. I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Executive Secretary. We first go to His Excellency COP28 President. You have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. Allow me first to start by saying how pleased I am to have this opportunity to welcome you to the United Arab Emirates, to Dubai, and to COP28. I'm sure most of you feel what I actually feel. I came into this task with a full understanding of what it takes to manage this process. I took this task with humility and with a deep sense of responsibility and a great sense of urgency. And that's why we have approached this task in a completely different and an unconventional way. The extraordinary effort that have been put into this task, I must say, it's paying off. Why so and how so? The fact that we have been able to achieve such significant milestone in the first day of this COP is unprecedented. This is historic. The fact that we were able to get the agenda voted and agreed on without any delay. For those who have been involved in previous COPs, this is just unprecedented. The fact that we've been able to deliver what was promised in Sharm el-Sheikh, the fact that we've been able to activate, operationalize, and pass the threshold that have been associated with the establishment with this fund is historic and is a unique, unprecedented achievement. So how do I feel? I feel excited, determined, and I'm sure most of you feel the positivity, the optimistic environment and ambience that we are all experiencing here at this very place. I have been to 12 COPs before. Each one had its own unique proposition. I must say though, never ever did I feel this level of excitement and this level of enthusiasm among all sincere and genuine parties involved in this discussion. Those who have come here to help advance this agenda in a way that is meaningful, that is true, and that is real, and to help address it by providing real solutions for the real world. I must say, this is not a small achievement. In fact, it is a historic achievement, and it is a very good start for this very important and consequential COP. Now, the real work only begins. And like I said in my opening remarks, I am determined to demonstrate that this COP is a different COP, and this presidency is a different presidency. We are laser focused on keeping 1.5 within reach, and we are laser focused on delivering the maximum, highest ambition in response to the global stocktake. And you know that this is not going to be a small task. And we all know that the next 2 weeks are not going to be easy 2 weeks. Yet, because of the commitment and the dedication and the hard work of the Secretariat and the COP28 team, and how this is being met and matched by many interested parties, I am more confident than ever that we will deliver an unprecedented result. That means real solutions and real outcomes to help address this global challenge. We need to start thinking differently about this COP process. We can no longer only judge on ink being put on paper. We should always question how executable and how implementable and how actionable these decisions and these declarations and these agreements are. And that is what we are focused on. Our main focus is going to continue to be on translating visions and aspirations and declarations and decisions into real practical actions that will make a difference. Today, like I said, the threshold was 200 to establish and operationalize this fund. We reached north of $420 million only in the first hour. And I know that over the next couple of days, many more pledges and many more commitments are going to be made by different heads of states and different heads of governments. And I must here say that this would not have been possible if it wasn't for the hard work and the dedication of the transitional committee members, Egypt, the Secretariat, and many relevant parties and stakeholders. And I also like to thank Germany, UK, EU, US, and Japan for their pledges during the plenary earlier today. Getting this done and over the line is a clear demonstration of how committed we are and how our approach is different. When we commit, we deliver, and that is going to be the DNA of COP28. I thank you all for being here, and I want you to know I will be working hand in hand with everybody, with everyone. I'll be rubbing shoulders with every party. I will be rolling up my sleeves, myself, engaging and helping address this challenge and delivering real, actionable results. I thank you again for being here.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ambassador Majid.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber. I think I would like to welcome you all to the UAE, and it's great to see so many friends who we've engaged with over the course of this year. And I know I speak for Dr. Sultan when I say that the success of this first day of COP is really thanks to the leadership of the UAE, and the reflection we have today is thanks to the guidance that we've received from them, who've always been pushing us to be as ambitious as possible, and it reflects their approach to everything that they do in the UAE in terms of they don't just talk about it, they deliver it. And at the opening ceremony of COP28, you saw our COP president not just talk about it, but him deliver results from day one, and that's something that I certainly am very proud to be a part of. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Majid Al-Suwaidi. I'm the Director General of COP28. I'll be engaging with you over the course of the coming days, hopefully answering many of your questions and working with you to make sure that we get the news out to the world about the exciting things that you're going to see coming in the coming days. I hope that we can all get to know each other, and please come and talk to me when you get a chance. I've been in diplomacy for many years. I was previously the ambassador to Spain, Andorra, and the Vatican, but also was lead negotiator for the UAE up to Paris, from Durban to Paris. I've had the honor to work in many different missions, but I think that this year has been one of my favorite, getting to be with the minister, traveling around the world, engaging with people, talking to young people, indigenous communities, youth groups, NGOs. We haven't left anybody that we haven't spoken to, and I feel that the agenda, the program, and the actions that you'll see at COP28 reflect that. We need strong results from the negotiated outcomes, but also an action agenda that engages both parties and non-parties, like civil society, business communities, and other groups to catalyze progress here at COP28. Before I start, I want to take a moment to congratulate Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber on his official appointment as COP28. I haven't said that yet. President, and we've known each other for many years, and it's a very proud moment for me. He founded Masdar, and he's chairman of that. He's transformed our renewable energy landscape in this country. He's been our special envoy. He's been to many COPs, many of which I've been with him, where he's driven us to be as ambitious as possible, and I know that he's going to deliver real action and real results at this COP, and I have full confidence in him. This COP has to be an inflection point, not just a checkpoint. This is a responsibility that we as a COP presidency take very seriously. We want ambitious actions that course correct, and the hard work is ongoing, has been going on for many, many months, and we know the real test starts today. Tomorrow, the World Climate Action Summit will open, where leaders will deliver decisive direction for decision on the global stocktake so that we can raise our ambition, close the gaps to 2030, and unite and act and deliver. Over the 2 days, we will have critical sessions on transforming climate finance, on adaptation, on mitigation, and so much more, and I hope that you'll be there for those. During these sessions, we're confident that we will also see a host of exciting announcements being made, and I look forward to being able to reflect on them with you in greater detail in the coming days. Our COP will be fully inclusive. This means that we will engage parties, but also other groups traditionally left out of the room, including youth, indigenous people, and others, and we'll be advancing progress across a host of important issues as we go forward. On the intersection of climate change and conflict, as well as understanding how technology can catalyze progress to decarbonize our world. We'll be hosting the first local climate action summit in partnership with Bloomberg, and in recognition of the critical role of local leaders play in reducing emissions, addressing climate risk, and supercharging national efforts to move further and faster on climate progress. And the Business and Philanthropy Climate Forum, which will seek to unlock private capital and catalyze the innovation required to meet our climate ambitions. After the World Climate Action Summit, we will begin our 2-week thematic program. As you've already heard, we conducted the most extensive listening tour of any presidency to help create this year's action agenda. We engaged all stakeholders and listened to all perspectives in that process. We're doing things differently here in Dubai. We want everyone at the table because everyone is needed to deliver the game-changing results and the good news that the world needs. Each day of our thematic agenda is underpinned by 4 cross-cutting themes to support delivery, which are technology and innovation, inclusion, frontline communities, and of course finance. And for the first time, we're putting issues like trade and health at the heart of this agenda. In the build-up to COP, we've already seen significant progress and critical momentum, but now we must turn this momentum into actionable outcomes. We have no time for polarization and arguments. It is time for solidarity, partnerships, and action. The message here today is clear. We're confident about what we can achieve at this COP, and I would be honored to hand over to my colleague, Hana Al-Hashimi, our chief negotiator and one of the brilliant young people we have working on our team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, for the very kind introduction, and congratulations, Mabruk Doctor, on your nomination as President of the COP. It's been an absolute honor to have worked with you on the bid to get here. Hard to believe that 3 years ago that we'd be sitting here today having the fastest adoption, I think, of an agenda, the smoothest one that allowed people to get a good night's sleep, as well as an incredible historic capitalization of a fund that we didn't even know would exist 3 years ago. So thank you, sir, for your leadership. Thank you, Simon, for your partnership. And to all present today and watching online, thank you for your commitment, for hoping towards what can be achieved, and your commitment to supporting us in working towards that. Allow me to also issue you a warm welcome to the United Arab Emirates and to Dubai. We are thrilled to have you all here, to have your passion, to have your excitement together with us to deliver what we hope will be a truly monumental COP. Let me perhaps say a little bit about my role as lead negotiator. One of the most fulfilling parts of that is to lead a team of young Emiratis, two-thirds of which are women, two-thirds of which are youth, who are with diverse backgrounds coming from engineering, legal, civil servant backgrounds, but all committed to multilateralism, to facilitating a strong outcome, to working with parties and defining success, working towards that, and working towards delivery to meet the gap that we have to by 2030. They're also emerging leaders in the global fight against climate change, and I'm very proud of having built that capacity with all colleagues and under the leadership, of course, of their Excellencies and His Excellency Adnan as well, who you all know well too, and excited to see where they go from here in working with the world in delivering all of this. Of course, we'll be working with parties and this week supporting the SB chairs in making progress across the technical negotiations. I would like to highlight one that's very close to my heart, having co-chaired an early contact group on this, and this is the global stocktake. I truly believe that this is an opportunity for a new era of climate action, and I think His Excellency Dr. Sultan expects no less. But as he said, we also have heard from parties a clear political will to make the most of this opportunity, to build on it so that we can slash emissions, we can build resilience, and we can ensure support for developing countries in this transition. His Excellency Majid has elaborated how we're going to use the next 2 weeks on that very well. But perhaps I'll speak a little bit about what we have to do on the technical side. With more than 160 items on the agenda, it was very critical for us to get this agenda adopted fast. And so there were over 40 consultations in the last month with all regional groups and parties to be able to get here. And we're very grateful for the flexibility shown by all parties, working closely with His Excellency Adnan, our head of delegation, in order to get to a point where we have a timely adoption. The other critical news item today is, of course, the capitalization, not just operationalization, of the loss and damage fund and funding arrangements. Having had the honor of serving on the Transitional Committee on behalf of the incoming presidency, I can tell you that that was a group of people that were determined to see how we could ensure that this process demonstrates that multilateralism works, that when parties come together, and after 30 years of arguing of the definition of loss and damage, let alone how it is that we would address it, that when we've said that we're going to operationalize this thing in 1 year, that we can do that. And we've also seen the willingness today that I think exceeded expectations in many ways of ensuring that this is not an empty bank account. That was a challenge that Dr. Sultan set to parties back in June, I believe, and that has really come through. So very encouraged by that and hopeful that this translates into the negotiations over the next couple of weeks. Very keen to build on the momentum, to support the subsidiary body chairs as much as we can this week. It's my hope that they can get pretty much all of the work out of the way and we can celebrate together next week. But let's see what we can do. And let's deliver this COP together. Everyone has a role to play, and the time for delivery is now. So we look forward to your questions, of course, but really to your important role in bringing the story of what we do here to the world and ensuring that we're empowering everyone to be a part of this new era for global climate action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time now for a few questions. Let me start, gentlemen, second row. the next colleague. Could you please identify yourself, who you're working with, and wait for the microphone? Yes. Thank you.
Ivan Kuron of AFP. Dr. Sultan, congratulations on the loss and damage on the agenda. In your speech, you mentioned the inclusion of the role of fossil fuels. On that particular point, in your recent discussions with parties, have you seen any movement towards a compromise on that particular matter?
Well, first I must say I was very much encouraged by the initial responses I got, and that actually even motivated me to aim to raise more ambition, especially when it comes to the inclusion of oil and gas and fossil fuel in general. My invitation today to all parties is an invitation I extended a few months ago in multiple platforms to many different stakeholders, where I told them clearly, we want this COP to be a different COP. We want this COP and this presidency to deliver different results. And we want it to have an unprecedented outcome. We have been entrusted to conduct the first global stocktake. Our response to that must be the maximum and the highest ambition possible. And we shouldn't leave any stone unturned. So my open invitation that I have been extending to all relevant parties and stakeholders to engage in a collaborative manner, to engage with a different mindset, that compromise is going to be essential. It's going to be a catalyst and an enabler for us to be able to reach the maximum and the highest ambition GST. At the same time, I've asked for all parties to convene, to engage, to collaborate, to cooperate, and to discuss openly, and to come to the presidency with options, with recommendations, with proposals that have common ground and consensus among all parties. And what you're going to see as a reaction from us is full transparency and full inclusion. And we will move and deliver and implement what the parties reach consensus on.
The lady here in the first row, first seat.
My name is Sophie Mkwena from the South African Broadcasting Corporation. I just want to find out from the UN and the president of COP, in terms of the global stocktake, what are the sticky issues in terms of the report that you have for those who are compiling information, and how are you going to ensure that you are able to navigate perhaps the challenges that might arise?
Thank you for that question. I mean, the first thing is that this is a party-driven process. So it is for parties, countries to determine the direction that this takes. The UNFCCC Secretariat produced a synthesis report a few weeks ago, which was the culmination of 180 submissions from parties, over 40 submissions from non-state actors. And all of the elements that set out basically provide, one, a representative of where we are, and we know already that there is a massive ambition and implementation gap. We're nowhere near where we need to be, but it also highlighted areas of progress, areas of best practice, but also outlined all of the elements, the tools that parties can draw upon here in Dubai, that depending on the levels of ambition that they show, those that want to see, when we talk about a strong outcome of the GST, it has to inform the next round of NDCs. and all of the elements that's contained in a nationally determined contribution. So there are discussions amongst parties and differing views as to how prescriptive or how non-prescriptive the GST should be. So that's one area that will be up for debate over these coming days. The other is how forward-looking the GST should be, and the other view is how backward-looking it should be. And this speaks to all of the elements that are covered under the GST, whether that's finance, whether it's adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage. What we have found, certainly from the synthesis report, is that there is an imbalance between mitigation contributions and views as to how the mitigation agenda progresses versus adaptation. Within the scope of negotiations between now and the 12th, you have the global goal on adaptation will be, and then how that feeds up into the GST, and the same for the mitigation work programme. So the GST will be the overarching deliverable for this COP, which will contain every single element that would traditionally be under negotiation. The question is whether parties take a top-down approach, looking at where this global stocktake, which is supposed to be that course-correcting provision within the Paris Agreement, or whether it'll be a bottom-up approach from a baseline of all of those negotiating tracks.
Ambassador?
Yeah, thank you. When we started at the beginning of this year, there was like a huge gulf between what people thought the global stocktake should be about. From some people who just wanted one line to those who wanted like a full book, a binder of what the global stocktake should say. And over the course of this year, we have really managed to bring the parties together. I think that Simon has described very well the scope of what the global stocktake is about. We have a clearer picture of what we're trying to achieve. But we as a COP president have been saying from the very beginning that we're focused on that 1.5 and how we keep that within reach, and how we need to use this moment to course correct, because we know fundamentally that we're not on track to achieving it. So how is this global stocktake not just going to deliver some nice words on paper, as Dr. Sultan just said, but real world impact that gets us back on track, that achieves our 1.5 degree goals? And remember, it focuses the mind. Our COP is about the next 7 years. It's about what we can do today to get us to those Paris goals of 2030. Because we can't claim that great success that we claim today from Paris if we can't show how that agreement can deliver. And if we can't achieve our 2030 goals, how are we going to achieve our 2050 goals? So it's a really critical moment in this process that we deliver the trust, we deliver the ambition, and we deliver the path that gets us there. And we can only do that by bringing everybody together and delivering a really ambitious outcome.
The lady in the green dress here, first row.
Thank you so much. It's Fifi Peters from CNBC Africa. Dr. Steele, to you, you did describe the conversations around loss and damage as challenging. And I'd just like to know how the various contributions were determined by some of the donor countries already. It is quite noticeable that the US has committed the smallest amount, and the fact that the likes of China and India, for instance, aren't amongst the list that we have received so far. So if you could just advise how we should interpret that. And also to you, sir, Dr. Sultan, ahead of this conference in Nairobi, the Africa Climate Finance Summit did take place. And for the first time, we did see African countries coming together, 54 nations of the African Union, in one collaborative stance, it would seem, to get greater climate justice for the continent, a continent that is the most impacted, yet responsible for the least emissions. Just your thoughts on that summit and the Nairobi Declaration that was also adopted. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. I think what is significant for me, and it should be for all of us in this room, is the unprecedented nature of the response from some donor countries, not just the adoption of the recommendations coming out of the committee, which bring the fund and the funding arrangement to life, but the fact that within moments of gathering, parties, donors willing to put close to $500 million into that fund. Pledging will continue over the course of the next 2 days with the Leaders Summit. I believe some countries would prefer to make those statements on the grander stage of the Leaders Summit. But the formal process of how the fund will be capitalized in a sustainable way moving forward, these are decisions that will be made by the board that can now be established now that this decision has been adopted. So there's a long road ahead. What is also clear is the scale of loss and damages globally, and to service this fund, a single extreme weather event can destroy. I take my own country of Grenada. Back in 1994, a hurricane wiped out 200%, equivalent of 200% of our GDP in a matter of hours. So when you start aggregating this up, and you start looking at all of the different climate-related losses, the scale that will be required and the mechanisms, which is why it's funding arrangements, is complex and is going to require deep engagement by all donors. So I'm certainly encouraged and welcome all contributions raised. That was an absolute surprise, pleasant surprise. But if that approach were to continue, I think it bodes well in terms of the next steps for that full operationalization process.
Allow me to answer your question by first saying thank you for asking me this question at this very important time, because I actually don't think that the Africa Climate Summit got or received its fair chance in terms of international media coverage. I did find that platform to be one very important, unique, well-equipped platform to help ascend Africa into a greener future. Why do I say that? I've engaged as part of my fact-finding mission with intensity this year on the Global South, developing countries and emerging markets. And I must say, my engagements with Africa, and in particular throughout the Africa Climate Summit, were in a big way very beneficial in helping us better shape our strategy and our set of objectives for COP28. So in a way, it was a platform that have helped catalyze the COP28 ability to better refine its plans and objectives to cater for what is really needed today, and that is an action-oriented agenda to help address the global challenge and to keep 1.5 within reach. We also went to Africa well prepared and equipped with political will and support from our own leadership and hands-on experience. Our ability to be able to couple the political will and the hands-on experience we have enabled us to go with a very special proposition to Africa, and that is the Africa fund that we have announced and already launched and started actually deploying in Africa of $4.5 billion with 5 entities representing the UAE. The mandate of that fund is simply to replicate what Masdar have been doing over the past 17 years. Masdar would go identify a specific renewable energy opportunity. We would work with the host country on the regulatory framework or the policy that is required that will help ensure the security of that project for the investors. And we also helped, through this experience of Masdar, replicate it but scale it up. And that's why we provided $3 billion of equity and 1.5 of catalytic funding. That is more of a concessional development funding that will help catalyze these investments. 1, 2, attract private capital, help risk mitigate, and ensure that the private capital is safe and secure by providing them the necessary assurances through this fund. This fund, because it already started deploying, I can comfortably tell you, we started with 4.5. In 3 years, this is not going to be less than $25 billion. Why? There is a huge set of opportunities across Africa. What is required is a creative mind that will help blend finance between equity and development to ensure that we provide the necessary scale in terms of financing and to deploy large-scale technology to help meet the growing energy needs in Africa, while also helping develop a new economic development program in these countries, creating jobs, attracting industries, capacity building, transferring knowledge and technology, ensuring that we start manufacturing some of these products that are necessarily needed to ensure the resilience of supply in these different markets. So it's the whole value chain of business that we cater for through this fund. And I must say, what President Ruto have been able to do over the past few years, and in particular when it comes to climate action, is unprecedented, and we very much appreciate his effort.
Thank you. If I may elaborate also on the loss and damage question as well, because needs is exactly the right question to ask. Is what exactly are we trying to fund? I think within the scope, the complexity that we're working on, this is something that's never been done before. This is fundamentally new, and it fundamentally needed an agile approach, something that can grow over time, something that can receive funds from a broad variety of sources, and something that fundamentally works towards recovering development losses while supporting countries in also anticipating losses to come, right? So it's both the rapid and the slow onset. It's economic and non-economic losses, such as loss of culture, which is not necessarily something you can quantify. And in that sense, I think that one of the areas that's particularly interesting is how the fund actually functions with the broader funding arrangements, but also with the broader outcomes that we need to come up with in the negotiations outcomes at this COP. And that includes operationalization of the Santiago network, which provides technical assistance then to developing countries to be able to deal with losses and damages. It includes broader agreements beyond loss and damage, including adopting a GGA framework. You can build resilience and ensure that countries are building adaptive capacity, but more able to respond and adapt to climate impacts, preserving lives and livelihoods. And this is where both the action that we're achieving, the action agenda of the COP, and the policies that we're setting that enable countries to respond are important. The mitigation outcomes are critically important as well. And so you're minimizing the risks, of course, of loss and damage by also not taking away development gains from that side. So how is it that you can have a just transition in this place? This COP will have the adoption of a just transition work program. So we look at for the first time how it is that we can ensure that we're keeping sustainable development also at the heart of our climate action, and poverty eradication at the heart of that as well. There are a number of other agenda items that I think will all support this, but that also speaks to the question on areas to the need further deliberation under the global stocktake, for lack of a better term. I would encourage everyone to really watch the high-level events that we will have on the global stocktake tomorrow and the day after. Here we'll have a number of heads of state and government that come forward to share their vision of where they think we need to be by 2030 and how it is we're going to get there. I'd really encourage you to pay close attention so that we can capture key messages from that and build from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have to finish here. There are other commitments waiting. So thank you very much again. And thanks once again for your patience. And there will be daily updates from the presidency. So there are 2 slots every day, 9:30, 1:30. Please take a look at the screens and you will see what time is working. Let me just give you a few numbers, because we all know it's a record participation. Let me just give you the big numbers, and you can come to me then and I give you the details. So we have 52,081 delegates from parties, 19,132 observers, 3,976 media. Then there's a category host country, global climate action, and virtual participation. In total is about 9,000. That adds up to 84,000 plus security, technical staff, volunteers. The total number at the moment 104,652 from this afternoon 4 p.m. Thank you and see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.